All right, all right. It's a dirty job, but somebody got to do it. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Represent your city as you see. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. Everybody on Kick, everybody on Twitch, everybody on Facebook. I am representing Chicago. We got Richmond in the building. Come on in, come on in, come on in. I'm going to do a Q&A to answer some questions. The next Prepper Supply video is coming up. I do got a lot of new stuff. I got a couple more things coming in the mail that I'm going to talk about that. I got a couple more things coming in the mail I'm going to talk about. I've been getting some new stuff. I've been getting some really good stuff. I've been getting some really good stuff. Let me see. I just got something new. Let me see. I just got this by Pyrus. Just got this in the mail by Pyrus. This is Handy Dandy. I just got this. So this is like a right on your finger like that. Then so this is like this is not just for self-protection. That's what it's for, but to cut things if you're in the woods, if you're in the bushes, right? Instead of having something in your hand, you could just cut it with this. So it's a nice little cutting tool. You could use it for self-defense, you know. Nobody would really expect this. You know, ladies, you go into the store, just put it on your finger. All you got to do is push that. You could keep somebody off of you, right? Real serious situation. But you can use it. You can use it for cooking too. Chop your vegetables up, your fruit. You got fruit, and you don't got to like hold a knife, right? That's why I got it. So I don't really have to hold a knife, and I could eat. If I got some fruit, and I could just cut it with my finger without like a big old thing sticking out. You know what I'm saying? This is cold right here. Right? So a nice cutting tool. If you're in the jungle, this is a great cutting tool. You know what I'm saying? It's a great cutting tool. So, serious questions only. We're doing a Q&A. If you're trolling, you will be blocked. We don't really do trolls. We don't really do a bunch of bozo stuff over here. It takes away from the program. So yeah, that's good for cutting and stuff like that. With your finger, and you don't gotta hold a tool. You don't gotta walk around with you don't have to walk around with something like this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you don't have to walk around with nothing like that. So this is good. This is good for that. Okay. If you're out moving around, you don't have to have a big old knife. You can have something in your tools. You might be in the bushes. And like I say, you might be taking a break. You got some fruit and you might want to chop it up. You might want to use it to, you know, begin to open the fruit. When it comes to sharp objects, are always very important. When you're just out in nature, period, the beach, uh, a forest. A forest is different than a jungle. You could be in, and you could be in an area that's not really jungle. It could just be a lot of bamboo. Uh, you're going to be in a lot of trees and stuff if you're gathering fruit. So this is for intelligent people. This is not for slow people or trolls. Right. So I liked it because it was small. You can hide it. Did Malcolm speak on JFK's assassination in spite of Elijah sleeping with uh, at LOL? Uh, uh, I don't know. The LOL throws me off. I don't take that as a serious question. So, so serious questions, okay? Not serious questions, please. And that conversation, I deleted it. I'm not having it no more. So don't bring that up. That was only for you if you watched it. I made that clear. This is something. I'm going to delete it. Show some maturity. Leave that where that's at. Show some maturity. Leave that conversation there. I'm not intending for that to be just go any further than where it went. Are flock cameras good or bad? What do you mean by good? Good in what way and bad in what way? Because everything could be used good and can be used bad. They could be used bad. They could be used good. Like in case of somebody snatched your daughter and they drive by, they can find your baby. So I just can't say the camera. That's like saying is a gun good or bad. It's like, I mean, it all depends on the use. So I wouldn't say they was bad. I would say depending on how they use. But if you're looking for somebody in a kidnapping, I think that'd be great. I think. I mean, it is what it is. It's the police. The police is gonna do police stuff. The police. Conversations about the police be one-sided because crime is totally, really, really ridiculous. So you have to ask yourself, how much do you want to tie the police hands when it comes to crime? And some places where they had crime, when they got the police hand tied, it stops them from fighting crime. And then when you say police, that becomes a problem because this guy's a police and this guy's a police. And just because this guy's a creep, that's not really the police. That's just him. So what happens is a police officer does something wrong, and people say the police, which is not accurate. That police, but that police is not the police. So that causes problems because one officer does something and people say the police. But imagine some parent abuse a child and they said the parents abuse their children. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that. Imagine a woman abuse her daughter and you're going to news and say, women are abusing their daughters. You wouldn't like that. So the police is always misused. They always call one police the police. I don't know why. That ain't the police, that's dude, you know. He doesn't represent the police. Not really. And Atlanta's crime ridden too. Atlanta's got crime everywhere. What happens with people is people don't know how to behave, and then they create a police state because they don't know how to behave. Then they get mad because they created a police state. It's like me, a child. I'm in my room and I'm chilling. My mother's always in her room. I'm in my room. And one day my mom found out I'm in my room doing something crazy. So now from that day on, every now and then my mom's busting in my room checking on me. So then I get funny acting because why is my mom busting in the room? But my mom's busting in the room because when I had privacy in the room, she found out I was doing something I had no business. So a lot of times we create over policing by how you act. And that creates over policing because you be over criminals. You never hear about you being over criminals. You know what I'm saying? They don't never talk about too much crime. The criminals doing too much crime. Maybe the police is doing too much. The criminals is doing too much. The criminals is doing too much. Real talk. So what else is going on? Y'all got some questions? We can get into it. You know, we might get deep like the deep blue sea. We might get deep, and keep it 100. And let's get it going for the late night. It is almost 1 in the morning, Chicago. Sun might be up when we get finished tonight. You know how wild out. You know how I wild out. It's really hard to talk and be. Can't trust the blueberries and the salad mix. They found that it's mostly the salad. It came out today that it's the cut up salad in the bag. I never buy bags of salad. Anyway, I don't buy bags of salad. I don't buy bags of salad. But follow me on Vegan Intel, and you can learn about all that type of stuff, okay? Just follow me on Vegan Intel. I can save you a lot of headaches. Okay? Let me show you. Follow me on Vegan Intel. and I can save you a whole lot of headaches. So yeah, follow me on Vegan Intel. I can help you with a whole lot of headaches. Now, you're not supposed to be having they say anything. You're not supposed to be having any fruits or vegetables anyway, straight. And washing them, that ain't gonna get it. Okay? That's not going to get it. So if you got fruits and vegetables, you must put them in a glass bowl. You must sprinkle them with baking soda. And you must pour apple cider vinegar on them and let it fizz and rinse it. Voila. Case closed. Anything on there that would have given you is going to be in the baking soda and apple cider vinegar. It's going to fizz. It's going to clean it, and you should be fine. But you shouldn't be eating bag lettuce anyway. Cut your own lettuce and stuff up, but you still got to wash it in apple cider vinegar and baking soda. All your fruits and vegetables should be in apple cider vinegar and baking soda. After you put baking soda over it and you put apple cider vinegar and it fizz, then you rinse it with water and you should be fine. But still stay away from whatever they told you to stay away from for a while. But you should be doing this anyway. Okay? Anyway, this is how you should be cleaning your vegetables. There's other ways, but this is the easiest way. There's other things you could buy. But most of us, we use this. Apple cider vinegar and baking soda to wash your fruits and vegetables. Okay? And you should be fine. Always watch the news, and when they advise you not to eat certain things, just don't. Yeah, I don't be listening to all that stuff. I don't just run with anything on social media. I've learned, yeah. I don't run with just anything on social media. They're taking AI and making stories with AI that sound real. I don't run with any stories off the internet. Especially a story like that, when I go look and that's the only place it is in one place. Nah. Because people are so thirsty for views, they're going to post anything. That don't even make no sense. You know, anyway, that makes absolutely no zero sense anyway. Because anybody with any sense know that that's the FBI that do that, not the CIA. Anybody knows that. So when you start saying that the CIA is doing crimes down there on that level, I already know. Anybody know anything about law enforcement knows that's straight nonsense, okay? The CIA don't do that. It's in there crazy. The CIA does not do those type of crimes. So whoever made that up is slow as a rock. Slow as hell. The CIA, huh? The CIA is looking for scammers. You believe that? Yeah, I'm sure they said. Hell no. Hell no. Now that kind of stuff, opie dopey, never repost that type of stuff. Give it a couple days. If you give it a couple days and some of the main content creators ain't talking about it, it's fake. That off the top, I know that's fake. Cause ain't nobody gonna investigate no video to find no damn scammers. That sounds crazy. They don't even really make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway. Yeah, that's a little ridiculous too, because everybody got some knowledge. So if you got a strep throat and somebody went to college told you gargle with sea salt and warm water, you wouldn't listen, huh? Because they went to college. Please, y'all, say stuff that helps the audience. Let me delete that. Don't put just anything. Say something that's going to help people. Just don't post anything just because you just feel like blurting out. Everybody can have something to help you, to say something to help you, even the bone. So soon as you start saying certain people can't say nothing to help you, you definitely don't know what you're talking about. Because knowledge is not limited to anything. And you cannot go to college and still know a lot. All you got to do is read. All you do in college is read. So the idea that if you go to college and read, and I stay home and read the same book, you telling me you know more than me? Because you don't have to go to college to read. Actually, college don't teach you nothing, neither do school. You go do all the studying on your own. To be honest, everything you said was 100% incorrect because nobody teaches you anything. My grandmother said you have to learn. So school don't teach you nothing, you learn. You do homework. You read it on your own. The teacher don't read it to you. So you definitely do not know what you're talking about. Because school is there to guide you on what to learn, not really to teach you. It's a guide for you to learn. And they help direct you into the particular information you need. So if you go to school to be an auto mechanic, then they're going to show you what to study to be an auto mechanic. But they can't teach you. You got to go study it. So when you start talking about school teaching you something, and then you don't sound like you've been to school. You don't sound very intelligent yourself. And then anytime you hear people say something and they put LOL behind it, they just clown it. They're not really trying to help you. They just fucking bozos. So anytime somebody make a statement, LOL, oh, that's a bozo, they want to get laughs. They just a circus clown. Because if you're saying something serious, you're not going to say LOL this or LOL that. You know what I'm saying? Anything that don't really make sense, I'm going to have to delete it. Is there any update on the boycott from those last month? What boycott? What boycott? You got to refresh my memory. What boycott? What boycott going on? Anybody know what they talking about? The boycott? From what? The Asian boycott is still going on big time. They losing money. They going out of business. So the Asian boycott is still super big. They going out of business. They losing money. They being boycotted for several things. There's just an overall Asian boycott, period. Not even for nothing in particular, but for everything. Nobody's going to the Asians like that, but sellouts. For the salon, the restaurant, and the Asian guy that had the store. We're supposed to be making our own Chinese food. What else going on? Any questions? Some good questions, some informative questions. He said we're supposed to be making. I'm plant-based vegan, but we eat out a lot because of our schedule. You know, you see, they tell you cooking at home is cheaper, but not. That's not 100% correct because cooking at home you have to buy more ingredients that's necessary for what you're trying to cook. And if you ain't trying to use those ingredients up, that food could go bad. Also, a lot of times we have time constraints. You know, because cooking is not as simple as people say when it comes to making a dish. You know, those of us that cook know some dishes to cook them and get them to taste right. You might have to buy $20 something worth of the spices alone. And if you buying spices in glass jars, if you buying basil and thyme and rosemary, that ain't cheap. And then you use it for one meal. Sometimes that's not really economical. So sometimes if you want a meal, it's definitely going to be quicker, more convenient, and cheaper to pick it up at a restaurant in the real world. Not only in the chat world, but in the real world, it's cheaper. A lot of times eating out is way cheaper because you don't have to buy as much as the ingredients. But ingredients are expensive, man. You ever see these people that be having these cooking and tell you how cheap it is? And then you ever really went and bought the ingredients and cook? You know what I mean? They be lying their ass off. They be lying. Cooking at home is not always cheaper than eating out. Okay? Because eating out, a lot of times you got to buy more than it takes for that meal. You know what I mean? You might not want to buy all that, and you might not want to use all that up. You want to, if you don't use all that up, it's going to go bad. I know me, I throw a lot of food away because if I don't get around to it at a certain point, it go bad quick. So if you buy some celery, if you don't use it up that day or the next day, it's going to start wilting. That ain't cheaper because now you got to throw it away. In the real world, anybody in the real world, come on, man. I can go down to Chipotle. I shouldn't be telling y'all my secret. I go down to Chipotle. I get a rice bowl. I get a bowl. They're going to give you, right? They're going to give you a bowl. And they're going to put your beans and rice and stuff in there. And they're going to put the vegetables you want in there, right? And then you tell them give you a couple of tortillas, and they're going to take them tortillas and they're going to fold them up and put in there, and it's going to be like $3, $4. Whereas if you bought 2 burritos, it's going to cost way more. But hey, I'm telling you my secret. But if you get the stuff put in a bowl, it's dirt ass cheap. You get 2 burritos for the same price as one, or even cheaper than one. It's dirt cheap. And you can tell them put a lot of rice and beans in there. They still gonna charge you the same little $4 for it. So instead of you paying what, like $6 or something dollars per burrito, you got 2 big ass burritos for like what, $2 each, $1.75 each. Oh my soul. Let me see. Yeah, it's between $2 and $3.50. I swear on my soul. Depending on how the employee rings it up. Yeah. Hey, listen. Big Pharaoh, listen. Y'all owe me big time. What it say? Ordering just rice and beans at Chipotle costs between $2 and $3.50 depending on how the employee rings it up. If they charge as a veggie 3-pointer, it's cheaper. It's $2.50. But if it's charged the individual sides, it's gonna be $3 to $2.20. So you just have them charge it as a 3-pointer, right? So with a 3-pointer, you can get the rice and beans, standard topping. Instead of the meat, you can get all your little vegetables on top. $2 for a whole bowl. And with that bowl, you can make 2 burritos. At the most, it's gonna cost you $3.50. You got 2 big ass burritos. Bam, ba da da. 2 big ass burritos for 3.50, $1.75 each. And you can have your rice, your beans, and all that uh, bell pepper and all that on there. And if you got anything at home in the refrigerator, I got some plant-based cheese. I just come home, boom, make it. Put my other stuff out the refrigerator in there. A piece of plant-based cheese, roll it up, put it on a cast iron skillet, put it in the oven, the cheese melt. I got 2 big-ass burritos for like $3. Oh my soul. You can go get 2 of them bowls, and now you got 4 burritos you can eat for 2 days. And I mean, really eat good. Oh my soul. Everything I love. That's what the college students be doing. Don't say I didn't help y'all. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody else gonna tell y'all that. You know what I'm saying? Big Pharaoh telling you what's popping. You know what I'm saying? Right? Them couple dollars you save, I'll send them to me. Support the channel. I'm telling you. Y'all be chopping the mushrooms. You know, if you're a vegan, you got stuff at home to go in there. If you're vegan, you already cooked some mushrooms, got 2 left that you don't know what you're gonna do with them. You already cut up a bell pepper and got a piece left. You already got maybe a half a young onion from yesterday. You already got little stuff you could chop up. That's what Chinese food is anyway. American Chinese food was made on the railroad. And what they would do is take all the scraps and chop them all up. And that's what created Chinese food. Chinese food in America ain't from China. Chinese food in America is made on the railroad, where they had to feed all the cowboys and the men work on the railroad. And they had to figure out how to feed everybody because they had to wait till supplies come in. You out in the middle of the Midwest, the middle of the West, putting some train tracks. There ain't no food there. So when the food come in, the Chinese was doing the cooking, and they had to learn how to save. So the Chinese food Americans eat was created in America. It ain't from China. Look it up. Chinese food in America come from the railroads, with them chopping it up so it could go further. Take 1 piece of meat and chop it up and sprinkle a little bit in everybody's thing. You ain't finna get no big piece of meat. You finna get a piece chopped up. They could take 1 drumstick. They could feed 10 people with the rice. Oh my soul. Every now and then, y'all go to Chipotle. I was going there. They was charging me all that. I told the dude, I said, man, why y'all charging me all this for just? He said, you should get it in a bowl next time and just have them put the tortillas on the side. It's going to be $1.50 each. I said, yeah. You know what I'm saying? He put me on game because the college is right there. The college kids drive from over there on 95th. They come up there from Chicago State. They got to have cheap things for the college kids. They just don't tell your ass because you ain't in college. But the college kids getting all kind of plays. Yeah. They got to have something for the college kids. The college kids ain't got no money. They got to feed them kids. Yeah, I need to go to Chipotle and get me 2 or 4 of them. Tomorrow I'm going to start my workout tomorrow. I got that cocoa. I'm going to do my vegan intel tomorrow. What's up, Rich Exotics? What else though, man? Y'all asked me some good questions. Y'all got some questions. This is Q&A, and we Q and we A. And where's all the real deep questions? Ain't nobody got no deep questions. They only got questions when I'm talking about something else. Now it's wide open for a question. Everybody quiet. What's up with that? Come on, man. We're trying to get deep, deeper than the deep blue sea, so deep as green. Oh, so, how y'all dating situations going? Y'all dating? Y'all ain't dating, huh? Do I believe there's an afterlife? The no, no. There's an afterlife at the end of this total cycle, but during this cycle, no, no. It would be impossible for there to be an afterlife and all these people go to an afterlife. So the afterlife is not. When you pass away, your DNA goes and find your bloodline, and it go right there. Cycle meaning when we finally get to like Judgment Day, when the Creator is sick of the whole rebirth, because we constantly rebirth and reincarnate. Because think about it, if there's a Judgment Day, there's no way that everybody live could be there. That'd be impossible. Impossible. So when you pass away, you go to the DNA. That's why they be like, that girl look just like her auntie. That's who that is. That is the auntie. What's our relationship with Christ? What was Christ's purpose? I mean, Christ ain't got no Christ. When you get to the Old Testament and you go through Moses and all that, by the time you got to Christ, they was saying shit that wasn't true. So by the time you got to Christ, the religious people was saying all kind of stuff. They was blaming everything, the laws of Moses and all that. So you remember, Christ went and met with Moses and Elijah. So all that stuff they were saying about Moses and Elijah was some nonsense because Christ went and talked to Moses and Elijah. I think he took I think he took Peter, maybe he took John with him. I forgot which one he took with him. Right? So Christ was just here to straighten out the falsities, but really Christ was here to teach you how to heal yourself. Christ was here to teach you how to go plant based, how to use herbs and stuff to cure yourself. Because see, Christ walked around with a pouch full of herbs. When they tell you Christ was healing, they didn't tell you everything. And Christ, he took Peter with him. Christ walked around with a bag full of herbs. So they never really explained to you. And then Christ's purpose to talk to us was to tell you that you just don't go to hell, that you could be you that was false. That all you gotta do is straighten yourself out. That God wasn't petty, he wasn't just you do something wrong and you just go to hell. You know what I'm saying? But Christ was like a continuation of the same thing, basically. So all these Christians, they be talking about Christ and all that. That don't really make no matter. That don't really matter if you're a scumbag. And so the idea that you could just keep on doing stupid shit and Christ gonna forgive you is ridiculous. So the whole thing about Christ has been mistaught anyway. You know what I'm saying? Even down to Mary, because Mary was one of the disciples, and she was his favorite. She wasn't no prostitute. He took Peter, James, and John. I knew John was there. John was his favorite. Peter was the devil. He was always going to keep his eye on Peter. Peter was evil, so he always used to watch Peter. You always keep your enemies close to you. Peter was the op, always was negative. But Christ's was just purpose was to straighten out the misconception about Moses. There was misconceptions about the laws of Moses, and if your cow fall in a ditch, you gotta leave him in there. Was at first I would say you need to take an English class because you can't write. So my advice to you, Avron, is like you gotta go back to school. I'm not gonna try to read that. Don't worry about all that. Go learn how to write a decent sentence and stuff like that. Don't worry about because you can't even write. You can't even write a decent sentence. So don't worry about all that. Go get a book. Go sit down, learn how to read, learn how to construct a question, learn how to construct a sentence. You know what I'm saying? That would be my advice to you. Don't worry about the other stuff. Go learn how to write it like a decent sentence. Start at the beginning. You're doing too much. You playing in your face. You're the first person that I seen play in their own face. That's a whole new one. I got to tell the queens, hey, I got a new one. You playing in your face. You know what I'm saying? Because he playing in his own face. You can't even write. I wasn't going to try to read that, bro. Sorry, not sorry. As soon as I said, wait a minute. Okay, all right. I'm not trying to figure that out. I know you're trying to be funny, but you're coming off like a dummy. Too busy trying to be funny and looking like a dummy. Yeah, I don't, yeah, I don't, yeah, I don't. Hey, you type, I delete, you type, you get tired. Keep typing, I'm gonna keep deleting. Come on, hurry up. Type something else so I can delete it. You taking too long. Hurry up. You work for me now. Hurry up, type something, boy. You taking too long. Hurry up, type. Hurry it up. You're taking too long. Because I'm going to delete it. It's going to take you 2 minutes to type. It's going to take me a split second to waste your time. Come on, hurry up. I'm going to show you how to do this. Because you're going to keep doing all that on me. Like, doop. You're going to be do, 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 do. We could do that all night. You'll get tired. Hurry up, though. You take it too long. And I need to hurry up delete you. You take it too long. You take it too long. I'm ready to delete whatever you try to type. Hurry up. Hurry up. Boy, you work for me. You know what I'm saying? I got the control of the trolls. I'm in the con and you the troll. So hurry up, boy. Type something else. You're taking too long, boy. Didn't I tell you to hurry up and type something? Do what I told you. The boy ain't past the 5th grade trying to troll. You tell him spell troll, he'd be like, T R U A L. Boy, if you don't sit down, you tell his ass, you trying to troll, spell troll. T R you. You know how they start asking you to, is it right? You? No, fool. He'd be like asking me how to spell it. You ever had a dummy trying to spell? They'd be like, T, spell troll. T R U. You shut up, okay? That's hell nah. Boy, you do, boy. Stop it. Have you ever had somebody slow ask you a question you don't understand? Yes, it just happened. Unbelievable. Boy, go to bed. Get your ass up and get to school in the morning. That's why you misspelling words now. You ain't going to school. Go to school in the morning. Get off the internet. Where's your mother? I wish she could hear me now so I could tell her, come get your baby off the internet so he can go to school, so he can learn how to express himself, learn how to write, learn how to spell. Ask me, let me ask you a question. Have you ever learned how to spell? Unbelievable. That's the question. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever been to school a day in your life? Boy, if you don't get the hell out of here, what the hell? Yeah, my mama named me Sputnik. I bet she did. Somebody got some questions? Only on the internet. I couldn't understand nothing he typed. Have you ever had an experience like before? What? He's like, his mama named him Sputnik. Sputnik! Huh? His mama named him Spudnik. Sputnik. That was his name. His daddy name was Ignat. Ignat and Sputnik. That was very nice. Try to give him a name. Well, your daddy named Ignat. We're going to name you Sputnik. Hell no. Boy, so he tried to ask me a question. He was trying to be funny. He tried to ask me a funny question, but he can't spell. Boy, you cannot make this up. He wanted to try to ask me like some kind of insulting funny question, but he can't spell. Oh boy. Oh boy. I love the internet. It is so exciting. This is better than TV. They said everybody's on the internet. You know that, right? Experts that say the young generation, they don't watch TV none. That everybody's on the internet. I believe it. The internet got the TV beat. I can go right now watch Boss Talk. Here we go, Boss Talk. Hear what they talk about. I can go watch somebody else. I start watching Poetic Flacco. You know, he be trolling. He doing anything for views. He phony. Yeah, I had to get rid of dude. You know, right now, what's going on, April? Right now, you know, you ain't riding with foundational Black Americans. We block you out our whole circle. Yeah, you out of here. It's serious. Yeah, you out of here. As soon as you ain't riding with us, we getting you out of here. We rather have our own circle, closed circle. You know, we closing in the ranks. Somebody got some more questions though? Hit me with some questions. We're gonna make it do what it do. That's what we doing. Boy, I'm telling you, the internet funny. Hey, funny. You know what I'm saying? We up late night. Hit me with some questions. Yeah, I'm the king of my age group on social media. And I'm finna be 69 in February. I'm in a lane all by myself. And my internet is better than some young people. It's popping over here. My music better, my graphics is better, my conversations is better. At my age, you let me do you dirty. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, I know that was just fly right there. Y'all heard that music? It was Vegas, wasn't it? All right, what's going on? Well, we got some questions. Where's the really good questions? Ain't nobody asking me no good questions, ladies. Y'all ain't got no good. Nobody got no good questions, huh? Where's the crazy deep questions? Early B day, yeah, February 22nd. I'll be 69. I've been trying to sit still till my 70th birthday. I got to get my exercise back going tomorrow. I've been take a break. I got that real good cocoa, man, and I got my chocolate uh, plant protein milk, and I got my protein powder. Boy, I mix that stuff together, man, and get my workout, man. my chest, my arms and stuff be pumping up like crazy. I just took a long break. Right now I've been like I ain't been on muscle, I've been on circulation. And this is like nitric oxide. It's like some pomegranate and stuff, right? And I got some ginger in there. Got some ginger in there, and I got some lime in there. I've been trying to get my circulation right. Your circulation, go follow me on Vegan Intel. You know what I'm saying? Been trying to sit still a little bit. I'll be out of town. I was supposed to have been gone, but the people at my building had to do this, had to do that. I just postponed it so I could watch them while they're around here. But I should have been back already. I haven't even left. But I'll be out of town for supposed to be 3 months, might be four, but I'm gonna try to just keep it down to 80, 85 days, 90 days. Try to keep it down. I'll be gone for a while. Shut down all my websites. I won't be sending out any merchandise. My favorite plant based foods. Um, I really don't have a favorite because I go through cycles, and so I've been a vegan for since 1978, somewhere around there. And so I go through cycles. So I really can't say I have a favorite because I'll do this, I'll do that for a while, then I do that. So I really can't say I have a favorite because I really don't eat anything just consistently. And when I shop, I only buy my fruits and vegetables based on how they look. So I don't have a particular one. If I go in there and the Brussels sprouts look really good, I get the Brussels sprouts. If the red cabbage look really good, so I just buy the ones, whatever looks healthy, that's what I buy. Whatever ones look beautiful. If the dinosaur uh, look good, I buy that. If the chart, so I buy whatever looks the healthiest. That's what I eat. You know how you go in the vegetable section, like at Whole Foods, you see all them vegetables, and some of them just look fantastic. Like it looked like, well, I used to grow cannabis, and when you really grow the cannabis right, and you have the right weather, and you fed it right, it's beautiful. And so that concept that I was doing in the mountains of Hawaii, that got mixed in with my food concept. So because I grow plants, I know what I know what a plant look like when it's fed well. And if the plant's not fed well, how is it going to feed me well? So I eat based on how well the plant was fed. That's how I eat. Whatever looks really good. If I go in there and the carrots is popping, I'll buy the carrots. So I kind of go in there and look to see what is healthy. If it's a big old beautiful cauliflower, I'll get that. If the red cabbage is beautiful, I'll get that. The onions, whichever onions really, if the garlic look really good, you know how sometimes the garlic look all measly, sometimes the garlic look, yeah, they're not, the onions that look the best. If I go in there and the yellow onions look good, but the red onions is like popping, I get the red ones. So I don't buy anything in particular. But I do change up because right now I'm like building up muscle because I got like a goal I'm trying to get to at 70. So I took time. I took like a 5-year bodybuilding plan. That way I wouldn't have to rush. And I'm going to 70. And it's going well. How do you season and prepare the vegetables? Just light steam. I don't do nothing. I don't do nothing special to my food. Straight, plain, eat it. Throw it in a pot, season it, put a little season on it. I could put a little season while it's cooking, or I could put the season on it when it's over. No particular season. That's another thing. I use whatever seasons I got. If I run out of thyme, then I'll use the basil and I'll use whatever I got. I don't use no particular season to cook no particular meal. The only thing I use constant is my salt, and I use like a special salt. Go follow me on Vegan Intel. If you follow me on Vegan Intel, that would be the best place to learn what I do with that because I moved all that conversation over there. But yeah, I don't put no lot into it. I don't put because I've been doing it too long. I've been doing it too long. So go over here to Vegan Intel. Go to YouTube at Vegan Intel. You'll see everything. There's a bunch of videos already over there. And another reason I don't is because I have to eat regional. So when I lived here and lived in LA, you got to eat what's in LA, you know? So you're going to be eating different in LA. Then I went to Hawaii. When you're in Hawaii, you're not going to eat like you eat in LA. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be eating a lot more mangoes. You're going to be eating jahote. Like in California, why you going to be eating jahote? You ain't going to be eating jahote here. So also there's a regional way to eat depending on where you live at. Every region don't have the exact same vegetables, or if they do, the quality ain't as good. Like if you do see a jahote here, it ain't gonna be like a jahote in LA. So also you got to eat regional. You ain't gonna be able to eat in Chicago like somebody eat in LA. That just ain't gonna happen. Do I think they unalive Lindsey Graham? I don't really know. I don't really know, but the people that watch me, if you think anything is CIA or whatever like that or anything like that, you don't know nothing, you don't see nothing. Lindsey Graham, I don't see nothing. I don't know. You put your nose in the wrong business and you're going to get it chopped off. You rocking with the realest alive. Listen, stay out of, you understand? Certain, stay out of it. I don't know. And if I did know, I don't know. Then I don't know. I don't know. I can't. Monkey see, monkey do. I can't see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I don't know. I don't know anything about Lindsey Graham. Okay. Oh, well, that's why I'm still alive. I don't know nothing. I don't know. As Ice Cube would say, keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Keep it gangster, dog. I don't know nothing. I don't know. I don't know nothing about dude. Mm-mm. I don't know. My mother worked for the government, so I learned early, you know, I just stay out of government business. Because one thing about the government, when you get the right answer and you're all on social media with the right answer, that might be your last answer with the government. So you don't want their attention, but go ahead. I don't know. I don't know nothing. I don't see nothing. When you talk about certain things, you never know which one is too far. So it's very. A lot of times, if like sometime towards the end of the video, as soon as the video go, I'll block it, I'll chop that off, and it be gone. I do a 6 hour video. When y'all look at it tomorrow, it'll be 2 hours and 30 minutes. Boy, I chop that stuff off of the. I be chopping. Hey, so I be saying all kind of stuff. No, what it is if you really like if you have a leadership mindset, and then what you have to do, young people, is you have to put yourself in the other people's position. So when you think like a boss and you put yourself in other people's position and you over here and they talking about something that ain't none of their business, you over here, what would you do? What would you do if you was the government and somebody was saying something, talking too much? See what I'm saying? You would push the delete button. So really, if you want to really be wise in this world, you're gonna have to put yourself in the other person's uh, position. And when I put myself in the government position, I'm not gonna mind their business. You know what I'm saying? That ain't none of my business. Especially when I'm talking about some business that ain't gonna fix nothing. See what I'm saying? Brothers be like, people be like, when they be exposed and stuff, they be acting like they really doing something. But they don't be doing nothing but gossiping. Because it's not like you're exposing it to nobody that could do nothing about it. So what's the point? You know, and some things we talk about because we in the power to change it. But when you exposing stuff that don't change nothing, you ain't doing nothing but exposing your own neck. What are you doing? What is the benefit? None. And if you play with the wrong people out here, they'll pull up on your baby while they walking home from school and they never make it home. Like that. Because you playing with gangsters. So play with them. I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Just think sometime. You mess around getting the wrong people business. But I was outside. That's how it is in the hood too. Let somebody get robbed and don't nobody know who did it and you find out. And you outside, I heard Charlie and them the one hit Evan. And it get back to Charlie and them before it get to Evan. Charlie gonna make sure nobody else hear that. You tell everybody you think Charlie the one that hit Evan. And then get back. Hey man, Pharaoh out there, man, I was with Pharaoh, man. He said you probably want to hear Evan. Man, Pharaoh talk. Oh shit, cause now I got this man life in danger. So, I don't know nothing, I ain't seen nothing. And that's a bad example. I ain't gonna set a whole lot of bad examples for y'all. Sometimes when I talk about something, it's so old, it ain't really hot out there. Nobody don't care. But anything that's fresh, that could have been a dangerous situation, why would I step in? I don't know nothing. I ain't seen nothing. I don't know. But like I said, my mother worked for the government, so I learned early, just to be careful. She worked for the government, and they really ain't nobody you really want to play with like that. The government, the streets, the same way. Mind your business, basically. What you got to do is you got to think, what are you doing, and what is it benefiting? What is it going to change? And is the only thing happening is you exposing yourself. That's how you got to think. Like I'm saying all this, what's the benefit? Is anything happening except me exposing myself? Because some people think that's fantastic to be telling government business. But it's a lot of people having car accidents. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no. Mm-mm. You have to think as if you was the government, you know? If we had a government, we was black, and somebody was out there talking too much, what would we do? So I just stay out of stuff like that. I don't know nothing. I don't see where it benefit me talking about it. It ain't like the people I'm telling can save me. It ain't even like they'll know what happened to me. When you're talking about things as governmental and secrets, you don't know what you said. You don't know how serious it is. See what I'm saying? To you, it might not be that serious, but to those involved, it could be real serious. And you didn't really know it was that serious. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You don't know what you say. You don't know the value of what you be saying. That's the thing. I never know what's the wrong thing. I be done said the wrong thing, and I don't even really know it's that serious. They be like, "Yeah, you didn't know it was that serious, but it was, fool." That's trying to get myself exterminated. Imagine people talk about the government unaliving people and don't think, and you don't never think that they'll do you. If you really believe they unalive somebody, why would you talk about it? That's like me going outside and say, "Hey man, Johnny unalived everybody for talking about him." Yeah, Johnny, Johnny. Everybody talk about Johnny getting unalive. You know what I'm saying? And I'm constantly talking about Johnny ass. You know what I'm saying? Just let that sink in. You talk about the government unaliving people and you the people. That makes sense? You must not really believe that what you trying to say they doing, because if you did, you would shut the hell up. What else going on though? I talk about some things after, you know. I don't be talking about no government though, no FBI, CIA, Secret Service, Russian spies and all that. Hell no. I don't know nothing. I ain't saying nothing. Because you just never know how important they take you. They might take you more important than you take yourself. You know what I'm saying? I might not take myself as serious as Moscow. Moscow be like, this guy, Fedor said that he just said too much. He said too much, we have a dos vidanya. You know what I'm saying? They got the dos vidanya. They got the dos vidanya on me. You know? He must dos vidanya. Oh, you talk a lot about Russia business. Yes, this one here is a Federal said that. A little does he know is Dos Vidanya. You know what I'm saying? Hey, best friend, Dos Vidanya. You know what I'm saying? I worked with a Russian lady and I knew that lady was a spy. I could tell. And the way they had her, ain't no way you'll suspect her. But I knew she was a spy because one way you could tell a spy, especially a foreigner, is with their eyes. Because they'll act like they don't understand, but their eyes will show you they understand. You know what I'm saying? Their face won't show you they understand, the way they move their mouth or nothing. But their eyeballs will let you know that they know exactly what you said. You know what I'm saying? So you have to watch their eyeballs. And this was a lady way back in the 70s, but I knew she was a spy. Her name was Anna. Anna did not like me none. I think she thought I was too smart. Cause there was no reason she didn't like me, but she did not like me, and it wasn't because I was black. And even when I was friendly with her and stuff, cause she the one was teaching me how to speak Russian, but she didn't. It was like I don't trust him. I don't trust that one. He's too smart. He's a little too smart. That one. You know, that's a fact. You know, I was a baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, her name was Anna. She was an older lady, quiet, worked down there in the stock exchange. With all black people, two black Bettys and me, and a young white lady that was our supervisor. I was like 19. The supervisor was like 24 or so. She was trying to get me to knock her back out. But I had went to a Lutheran school, and I just was dealing with black women, black girls. You know what I'm saying? But the supervisor, she was way older than me, but she was kind of young. Boy, she was doing all types of act like I didn't see the advances. You know what I mean? I ain't have to hardly do no work or nothing. As soon as we get to work, she go down and get me a coffee and a Hershey's. Let me walk all around the building and shit to go get her coffee and stuff. And I didn't pick up on it till one day I said something to the African chick and she got mad. They took us in the office and the African chick didn't like me saying she looked nice in the pants. And my supervisor looked at me and looked at the African lady and said, she looked at me like, he was just complimenting you. And I was like, oh, that's when I picked up on it. She was like, oh, comfort, he doesn't mean anything by it. I said, oh, shit. Girl, you can't snitch on me. She loved me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, the African lady was trying to snitch on me to the white lady, but the white lady loved me. She kept letting the African lady know, girl, you might as well give it up. I'm not finna say nothing to him. I wish he would say that to me. I was like, oh, well, yeah, I'm always going to get your coffee. You always smiling. And she had a white dude, right, that worked there. That's when I really knew because I put two and two together. Because her boyfriend worked there, but he didn't work in the vault with us, but he was always in there. Like, right? He was always in the vault. He was watching me. Because I used to pick up like this dude, he act like he don't like me. I couldn't understand why he act like he don't like me. He knew his girlfriend liked me. He used to just be looking at me. I really didn't even ever pay him no attention. I just blew it off. Until that day, the black African lady didn't like me saying she looked nice in her pants, and I seen her, and I said, "Oh, I'm always going to get her coffee." Her boyfriend see me bringing her coffee, bringing her. He know the play. He know how she is. He knew I could have bust that down. You know what I'm saying? That was my boss. That wasn't the Russian lady. The Russian lady was an older lady. The Russian lady was like in her 50s. The supervisor was a young white girl, like 23, something like I'm like 19. I'm like 19. Like 19 going on 20, because that's when I started growing my dreads working there. And she was like 24, 25. She was young. And she was my supervisor. After a while, I picked up, oh, you know, damn, she always let me, I don't never got to do no work. You know, she always sending me to get her stuff. You know what I mean? I ain't got to do shit. Cause I get my coffee. You know how I like it. She said shit like that. I ain't paying no attention because I'm a kid, right? That's kind of like a kid, so I ain't really paying no attention like that. Until I was in the office, Trump about to tax the sea. Oh, I gotta check that out. If you go too far, you're gonna get sick. You're gonna be out of here. She was cool. I forgot her name. The white lady I worked for. She was cool. I think her name was Terry. Or maybe her boyfriend name was Terry. I forgot her name. She was cool though. But you know what I'm saying? She was like a young white girl. I wasn't interested in stuff. All them black ladies that walked, all them black women that worked in there doing all that typing and shit. Come on, man. Plus, I couldn't be interested because my girlfriend name was Pat. Pat was crazy. So a girl was at another lady is out the question. She sure gonna beat them up. You know what I'm saying? I had a girlfriend that used to like to fight. That was my girlfriend out of high school. So I was out. I wasn't messing with no girls. That's out the question. Cause Pat gonna beat their ass on everything I love. She gonna beat them up. She definitely gonna beat them up. So I never would have thought about it. I was never nobody. I never was nobody. I never really cheated on my girlfriends and stuff like that. Like once I had a girlfriend, I never would be interested in another one. It didn't never really make a lot of sense to me to be. I can't do nothing with both of them anyway. What I'm gonna do? So I was never interested in another girl while I got a girl. That just seemed like too much juggling and sneaking. I don't really like sneaking. I don't want to have to sneak. I don't want to. That was never my thing. Sneaking. I would. That seemed too uncomfortable. And then I couldn't see no purpose. I got a girlfriend. What I want with another one? I'm kind of a practical person. I got a girlfriend already. What the hell? I barely know what to do with this one. You know what I'm saying? What the hell I want two of these for? That didn't make much sense. I never understood that. What the hell I want with two of them? One of them is a headache. Two? Hell no. I mean, not a headache, but I mean, two though? What I'm going to do with them? I don't know what to do. I don't know what you would do with two girlfriends. It seems like a it seemed like a waste of time, like sneaking around to me, saying, mm like a waste of time. Am I the only one? Like sneaking around. Somebody, anybody comfortable with that? I just wouldn't be comfortable with that. To me, that seems uncomfortable. Yeah, I got to hide my phone. Well, back then we didn't have cell phones, but I don't have to hide my phone. I don't have to put my phone up and all of that. That's too much. But that white lady sure did like me. And I was like just out of being a teenager. I was just like 19. She was 20 something, 25 or something. Yeah, yeah, Goshen, I don't know. And then I'm not a person that's constantly looking for something else. That's a little crazy too. Like I already got a girlfriend, so what the hell do I need another one? Like for what? What is that for? I'm get off, meet my girlfriend, we gone, cook dinner, do our thing, hang out, do what we do. Well, I need two of those? And do what? That just don't seem like practical to me. It would have to be some kind of money. Yeah, money, definitely. No money, I don't know. That's too much. It's really hard to find somebody you match with too. That's not like disruptive. I ain't got Umar saying nothing. Umar lying. Yeah, Umar lying. He lying. That's all false information. You've never heard them talk about an alpha male in relationship to being a father. They always talk about an alpha male only as far as dealing with men and dealing with a woman. You've never heard the alpha male conversation with raising children. Tell me I'm lying. You never heard the alpha male conversation with raising children because the alpha male is most alpha over his children than his wife. Facts. I dog Umar. Umar not on my level. That's a little boy. On some consciousness and some I have him babbling. The most alpha you'll see any man is over his children. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Anybody, challenge it in the chat. The most alpha you'll see any male is over his children, especially his daughter. That's the most alpha you'll see a male is over his daughter. That's the roughest male you're gonna meet. Absolute fact. Actually, men with a lot of women is feminine, like their booties powdered, like pimps. Y'all ever notice pimps act like sissies? Tell me I'm lying. But it's big furrow. Pimps have a lot of hoes. Pimps are feminine. Tell me I'm lying. That'd be checkmate on Umar right there. Checkmate. And Umar's feminine. Umar not even masculine. Umar's a B word. Umar's not masculine at all. There's nothing masculine about Umar. Not that I've seen. Umar's not masculine. Umar's feminine. Umar is feminine. Umar is not masculine. Umar nut up outside with some real G's. He'll fold. He not. Umar not masculine. Not at all. Umar wouldn't last 1 week in prison. One thing about real masculinity, Umar's an actor. Now that don't work. Like that don't work in real life. Like all that fluctuating your voice and all that poetic talking. Nah, man, that don't work outside like that. That boy not masculine. Umar's feminine. He tries to, do his voice, Umar not masculine like that. Only real G's outside know I'm talking about that. I'll tell you. Bro, I ain't lying. Anybody really like that, I'll tell you, he not lying. Umar is soft. A big old fluffy teddy bear. He not that. You're not gonna hear no real strong man talk about no alpha. Only a soft man talk about alpha males. When have you ever heard a man talk about alpha males? I ain't never heard my daddy talk about no damn alpha male. I ain't never heard no real hardcore brothers mention no damn alpha male. The only person that knows about an alpha male is a homosexual man. He the only one identifying males, which male is which. Who the hell is watching males like that to know which male is his alpha? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my soul. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. How the hell I know what an alpha male is? I don't know about nothing but women. I don't know nothing about no men. I ain't no man expert. I ain't never looked at no man to see if he no goddamn alpha male. Pause. Like what, brothers? Don't lie. Have we ever tried to see who was the damn alpha? Ain't nobody interested in talking about an alpha male but a beta. A beta, the only one care about alpha. We don't do none of the alphabets. We don't do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We don't do elemental P. The hell is an alpha male? What the hell? What is that? That's some new stuff. Nobody was talking about that until all of these men got on the internet. Now all of a sudden there's an alpha male. There was no such thing as nobody talking about no alpha male until all of these sweet men got on social media. Now all of a sudden there's such thing as an alpha male. Why? Why? Put it in the chat. Watch this. Why is the term alpha male popular now? Put it on the chat. Put it in the chat. I'm finna blow y'all mind. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why the word alpha male is floating around. You ain't gonna believe it. Because I know why. I know why. I know why. I know why the word alpha male is floating around. Facts. Facts. There are a lot more men that come out the closet. The reason alpha male is floating around because they all bottoms. I was talking to these two dudes was at the bar. I had picked them up in the Uber. I picked them up in the Uber. They started talking. I started asking them questions. We took the conversation. I went to the bar with them because they was blowing my mind. All right, they was in the back of the car. They was like some kind of Hispanics. And the one dude, he kept saying, they're all bottoms. They're all bottoms. They're all bottoms. And see, that's one problem I got. I do got one problem. I be wanting to know too much. Like I'm intrigued with information. So I'm driving. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? What the hell is he? What is? So my dumb ass, what can I say? But that's how I learned that. So I said, excuse me, let me ask you something. What is a bottom? So he said, let me out right here. But you come in, we buy you a drink, I tell you. So boom, I get out of the mouth and go in the bar. So I said, okay, what is a bottom? He said, okay. He said, we're gay men. He said, when we go out, we be seeing these guys. They be super masculine. They be married and everything. He said, we'll talk to them. We'll take them to a hotel or something, thinking that they're going to do us, but they always want us to do them. So I said, are you serious? He said, no, every time. They say every time. They say, because we're feminine. So we're always looking for a masculine male. And he said, every time we take these masculine males to a room or something, they be feminine and we got to do them. And he said, they're all bottoms. So they got bottoms, meaning the feminine ones. According to this gay dude, because the other one didn't talk much, according to the main one, there are no masculine gay men. I said, is you kidding? I was tripping. I found this so, I said, are you serious? He said, I'm telling you, they're all bottoms, all of them. There is no masculine male. Boy, I was tripping. I went home and told my wife. I went home and told my wife. I said, I was with these two gay dudes, and dude said it. They all bottoms. I was tripping. Hey, listen, I ain't lying. I've learned a lot of things. That was one of the most eye-opening things. I mean, the crazy thing about it, here's what's crazy. You know I'm wild. You know how much courage it took me? Because I'm supposed to be mad at my business. I'm just an Uber driver. They in the back. And he keeps saying, they're all bottoms. They're all bottoms. I'm trying to think what the fuck is a bottom. Hey, y'all, something wrong with me. Hey, something wrong with me. I couldn't take it no more. I said, what is a bottom? I couldn't take it. I had to know what the hell is he talking about. And we went in there and he told me. And this is like one of the deepest. I was tripping, y'all. I was tripping. I was tripping out. That information is some of the most. I've got a lot of different information from people, but that was the one thing somebody told me that really was really, I was so glad I asked him. Yeah, I was super curious. Because they was back there, he kept saying, they all bottoms, they all bottoms. I'm slow. I don't know nothing about gay stuff. I don't know about no gay stuff. I'm like, what the hell do you mean they all bottoms? I mean, it makes sense now, right? But then you gotta understand that was how many years ago? That was what? That was probably 8 years ago, 9 years ago, right? So we even knew less. I know more about them now than then. So it's like 8 years ago. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. There were some Hispanics. Yeah, he kept saying they was all bottoms. I'm like, what the hell is a bottom? I mean, it makes sense now, but when I heard it, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And that's what he told me. He said, when they can never find a male one. What he told me. He said, we can never find the male version of us. All of us are feminine. Ah, I said, are you serious? He said, I'm not kidding. He said, every gay man is feminine. There is no masculine opposition. That he said, even the ones that walk around like they masculine, when they get them to the room, they be bottoms. He said they was all bottoms. What this got to do? So, who would create what Umar was saying? Think about it. That's my point I'm making. Think about it. Think about it. Let that sink in. Who would create the idea of an alpha male? Never, right? Who's looking for an alpha male? The alpha male term comes out of the LGBTQ community. You ain't never heard no heterosexuals like us talking about no alpha male. Am I lying? You've never heard heterosexual men and women ever, 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 ever say anything about alpha male. When the first time you heard about an alpha male? That's a new term, ain't it? That's new. I ain't never heard that word before until the last few years. That's new. So when I start thinking about it right now, I'm thinking they all bottoms. Oh, alpha male is what they looking for. They looking for an alpha male. Think about it. The gay dudes say they all bottoms. Now we hearing about an alpha male. Who was the gay dudes looking for? They looking for an alpha male. They said it ain't no gay alpha males. That ain't no heterosexual stuff. Toxic masculinity is new too. How the hell you got toxic masculinity? That's why I say I got toxic masculinity, because I don't like the way it sounds. How is masculinity toxic? All that go together, Lorenzo. I'm glad you brought that up too. Don't all that go together? They all bottoms. Alpha male and toxic masculinity. That's some LGBTQ stuff. Don't none of us say none of that. I ain't never heard about no bottoms. I ain't never said nothing about no alpha males. I don't know nothing about no toxic masculinity. That's some new stuff. And it all go together, don't it? When you think about alpha male and toxic masculinity, don't that go with they all bottoms? I'm just saying. That's the first thing came to my mind is, dude, that go together. They all bottoms. I'm like, oh, they all bottoms. So this is some kind of battle. This is some kind of weird battle. Me and this is some LGBTQ stuff. All three of them words. All of that is LGBTQ. Because heterosexuals, we don't say none of that. I'd start saying toxic masculinity because people was trying to say anytime you be strong, they try to say. So I took it as a joke. I thought it was funny because they say toxic masculinity like you ain't supposed to have it. So once I found out you ain't supposed to have toxic masculinity, I said, well, I got it. You know what I'm saying? Just because I ain't supposed to. But I don't really know what it is, but I got it. If I ain't supposed to have it, if it make you a super male, then I got toxic masculinity. Because I don't want the opposite, because the opposite is they all bottoms. Yeah, our parents ain't never said, not just our parents. Listen, y'all. I'm born in 1958. I never heard that in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s. I never heard none of that until you get to like 2000, like 25 or some shit. Because I ain't never heard they all bottoms except the dude in the cab, him and his friend, the two Hispanics. I never heard that again either. So when we start talking about that, I say, you know what? That's where that come from. Alpha male. When I started thinking about, I said, alpha male come from, they all bottoms. I started thinking, man, that sound like that go with the Puerto Rican dude stuff. That what that sound like that go with to me. That's the only thing I could match it to. The only thing I could match alpha male, the only thing I could think about somebody looking for alpha male was dude in there. Dude was looking for alpha male. He said it ain't none in his crew. The way he said it ain't none. I told my wife, she said, you too much. You be wanting to know too much, Pharaoh. You really asked him that? I said, hell yeah. She said, you something else. I said, he kept saying that shit. I wanted to know what the hell that was. Especially the way he was saying it was funny as hell. He kept saying, they're all bottoms. They're all bottoms. You know, he's a Hispanic dude, so he was tripping. I'm like, what the hell is about him? He was talking to dude. It wasn't none of my business. I be doing too much. But I tell you something, boy. Hey, y'all, how much courage did that take? You can't even imagine. I kept saying, should I ask him? Should I ask him? You know what I'm saying? I kept saying, you know what I'm saying? I kept saying, should I ask him? But I did learn the lesson. Yeah, ask. Ask. Because I was really glad I asked him when he told me what it was. I was like, what? And when he broke it down, I was really glad he broke it down because he said they all bottoms. I couldn't believe it, y'all. I said, are you serious? He said, yes. Because if you would have asked me, because I don't know nothing about that, you would have asked me, I would have said there's the female gay men and the male gay men. That's what I would have said. Right? Ain't that what y'all would have said? That's what I would have thought, because I don't know nothing about them. I got 6 kids. I would have thought, before I asked them, I would have definitely believed that with gay men, there was the male one and the female one. I would have believed that. Because I think with the ladies, I think they ain't the same. I don't think the ladies is the same with the lesbian ladies. But him and his cousin, I mean, they was not lying. They went into details. I ended up drinking 2 drinks. They went into details. They was talking about every time. They said every time we meet a guy that be acting like he masculine. He said every time I get back with him, he be feminine. And he was like, I be thinking he gonna do me and I have to do him. I said, are you serious? He said, every time. And it was really frustrating for them. That was tripping me out. It's really a real problem. Exactly. Exactly. But you know, if you heterosexual, we don't know none of that. You know what I'm saying? That's right. We don't know none of that. I don't know. I had never heard of them bottom. I don't know nothing about their world. I didn't really know nothing about their world. To us, it's like a secret world somewhere. We don't know nothing about that. When you got a woman or you got a wife and kids, you don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about that. He kept saying they all bottles. And I was like, what the hell is he talking about? And then listen, here go the funny part. If he would have been in the back of the car and he would have been like, yeah, they all bottoms. They all bottoms. I wouldn't have tripped. But he was over the top Hispanic. He was an over the top Hispanic dude. That's what raised my curiosity because he was tripping. Because he was going, they're all bottoms. They're all bottoms. Right? I'm like, what the hell? Man, I need a TV show, man. I need a TV show real bad. I would show how that character, man, people will be falling out. He was tripping. So I was like, what the hell is that? His cousin was the quiet one. And he was going. And I'm driving. Because, this is another thing too, because Chicago got Boys Town. And Boys Town down there hosted. And it be open late. And that's where all the gay men be. So I did a lot of dropping off men down there and picking men up in Boys Town. Right? So I had to drop them off down there. Because there was like a lot of rides down there. Oh, I got a whole bunch of, I got not a bunch, but I got at least 5 or 6 crazy gay stories, but I got some crazy gay stories. One time I was downtown where the Congress Hotel at, and a lot of times Uber it'll send you to a ride when you close. So I drove past and seen all these big old burly dudes out there, like big old hairy bald head with stuff, and they had on like leotards. But you can't, when you're driving, you can't look because you'll crash. So I kind of, and so then I got a thing, and I had to go back. And man, when I turned around, I had to pick up 2 big old lumberjack dudes. They were some big ass lumberjack looking dudes, right? And I had to pick them up. And y'all know hey, one thing is, I be too damn nosy for my own damn good. So I picked up 2 big old burly lumberjack white dudes one time. They got in the back of my car. They had on leotards and shit. They was some big old, look like some wrestlers, right? So they got in the back. So I said, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a gangster, so whatever. You know what I'm saying? This Chicago, right? So it's Chicago, so whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't really scared like that. You know what I'm saying? We be outside. So you know what I'm saying? You ain't nothing, you know what I mean? So they got in the car. So I said, what's this event? They said, we're the Bears. That's what they said. They said they call themselves the Bears. So I said, what the hell is a bear? They said some big old burly gay men with like we got big old beards. And I'm just I'm not saying exactly what he said because I don't remember, but that's what it amounted to. And it was a whole bunch of everybody looked like a big ass wrestler. It was a bunch of them. I picked 2 of them up. That's why I made a lot of money when I did Uber, because I don't give a damn. I'm really big for whatever. Get in, you ain't gonna play with me anyway. The only time I didn't pick some up was at the only time I didn't pick some up was downtown at the what's the concert hall? What's the name of it? The House of Blues. The only time I didn't pick some up at the House of Blues. Hey, so I got a ding to pick up some people at the House of Blues. So when I get to the House of Blues, on the street I was on, you can't see all the people. All the people be going to the street that's running south. I pull up at the street running north, which is basically like in the back of the entrance. Man, these dudes come down with the leotards and stuff, with the butt out and stuff. 3 of them, I skeeted out. Boy, y'all not finna sit y'all naked asses on my seats, man. Y'all doing too much. These are ones that, at the House of Blues. I pull up, I see them come down the stairs. I'm like, I'm thinking, they coming down. They got the Prince pants on. With no underwear and they whole butts out. Roll my window up, lock my doors, click, y'all skeeted out. Boy, y'all, they was all wet and sweaty. Yeah. I didn't pick them ones up. Nah. Y'all can't get in my car like that. I didn't pick them up. I didn't pick them up. I skeeted out, scared. They came downstairs with they butts out and them things out, skeeted out, scared. Y'all crazy. See, the big old burly ones, at least they had pants and stuff on. Them ones came, had the whole, really, they whole butts out. And they had been in there dancing, sweating the whole time. Yeah. I should do an Uber playlist and put it on my shorts. Let me write that down. I'm finna do an Uber shorts. It's gonna be crazy. I gotta do it. I gotta do a YouTube shorts about Uber. Oh, I got some, boy. I gotta do that. Y'all gonna be crying though. Y'all gonna be crying. But some of my best customers with the gay dudes was, yeah, animated would be good. The gay dudes were some of my best rides though, because they was like really, really friendly, nice people. They wasn't really pushing no gay stuff. They just was customers, and they were some of my like most friendliest riders. One time I picked a gay dude up. Yeah, they tip good. One time I picked a gay dude up with his mom and his daddy. Yeah. He was with his mom and his dad. He was flaming. And I had to drop him off. Very nice people, though. Very nice. Very nice, very polite. They don't do racism. Very nice. Tip nice. If you pick two of them up, you'd be cracking up because they be back there talking to each other. That should be funny as hell. Boy, that should be funny. Two of them in the back. Man, that should be funny. They got mad jokes and talk mad crazy. Yeah, in Chicago, yeah. On Boys Town. Boys Town. They got a whole area. The police is gay and everything. Yeah. They got a whole area. I had to pick up a lot of them. I either drop some off there or pick them up. This is it right here. Boys Town. And so, like, if I had to drop somebody off up there this night, some of them is leaving the club. And this is why I go eat the Chicago Diner right there. That's a vegan restaurant. But yeah, this their whole area. This their whole area. Real talk. I only go down there and pick up my food. I don't be do I be on that street? No. Because we mostly be on Clark and this Halsted. But I do be on Halsted to go get my food from Chicago Diner though. Chicago Diner is one of the oldest vegan restaurants in Chicago. They've been in business since I first went vegan. The Chicago Diner right here. If you're ever in Chicago, they got the best food though. Some of the best food. But yeah, they got a whole area. They be down there. And the reason you got to pick them up because they be clubbing hard. So they always up. They always up. See? They always up. That whole area is party area because the next street is Wrigley Field. See what I'm saying? So it's Wrigley Field. It's Clark Street, Halsted Street, and Broadway. So it's a whole bunch of heterosexual stuff too because of the Cubs. Chicago Cubs down there. You know what I'm saying? The Chicago Cubs down there. So it's three big major streets. It's a lot going on. But the gays got Halsted Street. But the other streets got clubs and stuff too. So it's a lot of heterosexuals going down there on Clark Street to party too. So it's a lot of heterosexuals down there. So that's why I end up picking up so many of them, because I'm like either picking up some heterosexuals there because I dropped one of them out, or I'm dropping off a heterosexual and Uber going to have you pick up somebody close. So when I go down there and drop off somebody over on the other street, I get a ding. I got to go to the house and pick them up. Because that's like from downtown, the busy area of downtown, North Avenue, uh, what's that street where you get off on? But that street where you get off down there, Belmont. So during the evening time, those streets, it's just a lot of people. That's a lot of action right there. A lot of clubs, a lot of bars. Starting down in North Avenue, a lot of bars, a lot of clubs, all the way down there. So you're gonna be down there a lot making money. That's how I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money from Belmont to downtown Belmont like that. You make a lot of money. You can make some quick money right there because they're also going from apartment to apartment to apartment to apartment, which is short rides, but that money add up. So that's like the whole party scene area. And the gays got their little section. You know what I'm saying? But that's all kind of party now. Because like I said, it's Wrigley Field. So you're picking up a lot of Cubs fans at those bars right there. So it's a lot of people. A lot of people on Broadway. The gays on Halsted. And you got Broadway, and then you got Clark. Clark is packed because Clark is where Wrigley Field is at. So it's just that whole area is money. Clark Street, Broadway, and Halsted. Money, money, money. Party, 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 party. So you gonna be down there because you're gonna have to take regular people down there. You got to take black folks and everybody down there because there's three streets, three big streets, and the gay ones is on Halsted. But if you on Broadway or you on Clark, you right there. They right next to each other. So they gonna send you around there to pick them up. So you're gonna pick up if you hustle it and you're on the straight the closest to downtown on the north side. That's where the money at downtown and there, and you really getting them dollars. You're gonna pick up a lot of gay people. You're gonna have to because that's where the money at, and that's where the clubs at. And they out, they moving, they out. All of them you don't even know if they're gay because one thing is you don't even know who gay really a lot of times. You don't know if they're gay or not. But I have picked up some dudes that was straight acting. Pick them up downtown. I take them down there and they get out and go in the gay club. I'm like, you could tell his wife do not know. Hey, I have picked up dudes that when I dropped them off, I was tripping because nobody know they gay. They moving like straight heterosexual. I said, ooh, his wife got a ring on and everything. Married, out of town on a trip, going down to the gay bar. I said, yee, I seen that a lot too. I seen heterosexual men that's married that's at them hotels downtown and get them rides down there. Their wife have no idea. They ain't got to try to sneak around. They out of town on business. Their wife in a whole nother city. They free. They finna take one of them dudes back to their hotel. Because, Chicago got a lot of business conventions, a lot of business movement. And some of them businessmen, when they come here, heterosexual businessmen, they be down there. I'm telling you, I be like, you could tell too, he's sneaking around. You could tell he's heterosexual. Like that's how he living his record. You could tell. Yeah, you could tell he living a heterosexual life. I pick him up at the hotel. He be like, he don't got to say nothing because it's gonna come on your app where to drop him off. And then just because you dropping him off down there don't necessarily mean nothing. But it's one big gay bar. And if you drop him off there, and sometimes I did used to be like, sometimes I used to be like, he foul as hell. Sometimes I did used to be like, dude, foul, man. You got that ring on your finger. You married. You out of town. Your wife think you on the business. I've even had them talking to their wife. Oh, the business meeting went good. Well, I'm taking them down now. I ain't lying. I'm like, damn. He gonna give his wife something. I ain't lying. Sometimes it would be, yeah, I would see stuff like that. I took quite a few married straight men down there that was just awkward because you could tell, dude, nobody don't know. You could tell nobody don't know. Act like I don't see nothing. Act like I don't know where I'm dropping off or nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't see. I'm a gangster. So I don't know nothing. I don't see nothing. I don't know. But I would be like, damn, he bogus as hell. I ain't dude foul. Man, I'm telling you, be on the phone with his wife when they come out the hotel. A lot of times they're in the hotel, they be talking to their wife, trying to put her to bed before they go out. Let her know, yeah, I'm back at the room, honey. I'm finna go to sleep. I had a long day. But he going that way. But he tells his wife finna go to sleep. I don't know nothing. I'm just, he get out, he go in that one club. I was like, damn. You was not going in there. You going in there to pick up. And all of the gay prostitute men, they down there, they get money. One time I picked up some black ones. I picked up 3 black dudes that was down there, and they was rough as hell. They was some rough, like gangster, rough gay dudes. I dropped them off on 71st, right there on 71st, like 70, almost 71st and Jeffrey right there. I couldn't wait for them to get out of my car. They was hood out, man. They was some dangerous dudes. Some dudes was dangerous. I said, damn. 3 dangerous hood gay dudes. I'm talking about dangerous. I ain't lying. I'm in Chicago. We know the type. These dudes was troublemakers and dangerous. I'm like, I hope I don't got to woo up to the school off these dudes. They were some of them wild ones in their 20s, like 27, 26, 28, like that, like as wild as you could get. They was wild as hell. You know what I'm saying? I said, hell no. I had brought them from down there. The top jobs, they got a lot of jobs. They get good money. What are you talking about? They big time executives. They be running the NBA and stuff like that. I ain't trying to say dude gay, but you see the NBA commissioner, what he look like? Can't say he gay, but I can't say he's not. Man, they got good jobs. What are you talking about? They some of the top podcasters. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Bro, they get money. They get money now. Business is business. And as long as you can get business in America, you're gonna get money. And you keep your sexuality when you get off work. They don't care about that. They get money. They get money. As a matter of fact, some of them I picked up was like design all y'all clothes. I picked them up too. I picked up a lot of the top designers in the world. So in that job, you gotta be real quiet because they in the car and they talk about designs, they talk about magazines, they talk about photo shoots, they talk about seamstresses and all type of shit. If you ear hustle, you can make some money though. Because at least three times I picked up some top designers. I'm talking about the top. Because I was getting money. I didn't work in the neighborhoods. I didn't work in no damn neighborhoods. I worked downtown. Downtown was my center point. I stayed where the money was at. I stayed where I'm gonna get a $200 tip, $100 tip. I know Virgil. Virgil was with it's gonna come to Virgil and the other brother. They worked. They started. Virgil sold clothes here. Kanye was a little boy. Kanye, we know Kanye too. Kanye was a little boy here. He was doing his music out there around Riverdale, out there. And Virgil and oh God, they from West Africa. My boy Michael Carter designed clothes. And Virgil and Dude used to sew. They used to sew the clothes for my boy Mike Carter. They was just sewers. Matter of fact, according to Mike, Virgil stole a lot of his stuff. A lot of that, yeah, Virgil. Oh damn, was it IB? Oh, I was just the name had just came. It's two Africans, Virgil and his boy. His boy moved to Vegas. He in Vegas now, out there with it. Yeah, Virgil used to sew for my boy and used to sew for uh Barbara Bates. I think that was Barbara. Barbara was here. Bates Design. Barbara was here. I wonder how she doing. Is she still alive? Barbara was here. Barbara Bates Designs. I wonder how she doing. And damn man, I can't think of the other brother's name. Virgil and damn. The other brother. Anyway, that's irrelevant. They used to sew my boys stuff because the Africans is real good with leather, sewing leather and sewing. The Africans sew all that stuff. All that stuff in France and Italy, Africans sewing it. Them Italians ain't sewing that stuff. The Africans sewing it. That's how they got in the game. They could sew it. They could sew that shit. Yeah, they could stay doing all the sewing. So Virgil used to be sewing my boy's stuff. And what's dude that had the cartoon clothes that the Brat was promoting? What's my man name? Uh, uh, man, what's my man's? Uh, I'm gonna find his name. Uh, Not no damn Jermaine Dupri. Come on. Boy, they be racing people out the history. Oh man. Ah, not Iceberg. The other brother. Uh, Not Iceberg. Look, don't even got him listed. Uh, Look, they raised dude. Damn, what's the name of them outfits? Oh man. J Boogie? Is that J Boogie? I think J Boogie. J Bo- I think that's J Boogie. I think that was the name of the clothes. Yes. Chicago hip hop figures J Boogie and John Monopoly. Right, because John, that's John. Okay. Man, they, J Boogie Leathers and J Boogie Design. Yup. Where the hell is J Boogie? Did he pass away? Yep, J Boogie. Damn, where the hell is Jay? Where the hell is Jay? Look, they erased dude. He not even, ain't no pictures or nothing, man. Ain't that something? Woo, they just deleted dude. Man, they just deleted, bro. Hold on. Oh wow. Oh, they just delete your whole history. Man, I gotta talk to the guys. We gonna have to do a Chicago. They just deleted dude. They ain't got none of his coats or nothing in here. And them was the hottest jackets. Are you kidding me? Oh wow. Not Carl Canat, Jay Boogie. Jay Boogie was doing that before all of them. Wow. Wow. He had like the cartoon cat like damn. And that's where the brothers was sewing for Jay Boogie and my boy Mike Carter. And then he got the job with Virgil. Virgil moved up. He from Ghana. But they ain't saying nothing about my man though. They ain't saying nothing about his partner. Man, they be just, man, they just be deleting people. You know what I'm saying? My boy, he out there in Vegas. The other one, damn, not Don C. Don C too, but Don C was with Chicago. Well, I mean, it was with Kanye. Not Don C. I know who Don C is because Don C worked where we used to go buy our sneakers and shit. He worked in the plaza. And they ain't got his boy name in there. Damn. Virgil and uh, it'll come to me. Nah, Dapper Dan, that's New York. I'm talking about in Chicago. Dapper Dan's before. No, I'm talking about Chicago. I'm talking about Jay Boogie, Virgil, but they wasn't making clothes. They was sewing clothes for everybody else. Virgil, the two African brothers from Sierra Leone or somewhere like that, and they would be downtown. And my friends that made clothes, they would take them to Virgil, and Virgil was just seamstresses. They was just doing the sewing. They wasn't making clothes yet. They made money sewing clothes for Barbara Bates, Mike Carter, Jay Boogie. They were sewing for them. No, this is the same time as Dapper Dan, but Dapper Dan's in New York. I'm talking about in Chicago. These are in Chicago. This before Virgil started working for Louis Vuitton. He from Ghana. He bogus if he don't have. Man, if he ain't got Abi, I think Abi was his name. Damn, man. I'm gonna have to write this shit down. That's where he met. He met. Okay, you got Don C. You got Virgil, but where the other brother? Because Virgil, he went and worked for Fendi. But where the other brother you used to sew clothes with? They don't got his name nowhere. Come on, man. I think his name was B. Ah, man, they bogus as hell. They don't even got the brother name. that he started sewing with. I'm gonna have to go get my boy Mike Carter, and we gonna have to write this stuff down. I wait till I tell Mike he ain't gonna believe this. I ain't even been talking to Mike. I guess I gotta contact him. Oh man, this bogus. They ain't even mention the other brother. Why they cut him out? Anyway, there's the two of them, two Africans. Virgil and his boy. As soon as I get off, I remember his name because he moved to Vegas and he be working with the magic show with the clothes. Damn, what's his name? But they could sew. That's how they got in the game. Like they could sew real well, and they would sew everybody clothes. And that's how they met. That's how they met Kanye because Kanye was a little boy. Kanye was making music around, hanging out over in Riverdale and out there a lot. The Kanye was kind of like a nerd, so the GDs protected Kanye because Kanye was doing music, and Kanye even ended up doing that song. I never change, never, 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 never change, and then stealing old boys, taking old boy's song and selling it to Jay Z. You know what I'm saying? Stealing old boy's song and taking it to Jay Z. You know what I'm saying? And that's when the beef was with Jay Z. That's when Jay Z had the beef in Chicago. When Kanye took old boy payroll song and gave it to Jay Z. That song, never, 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 that's payroll song. I never change. Took that boy's song. You know what I'm saying? And gave it to Jay Z. And the people was beefing over that. It was real smoke over that. Go check it out. Go listen to the song Payroll Never Change. And listen to Jay Z Never Change. Took it word for word. You know what I mean? Stole folks' song. On everything. Rest in peace to Payroll. One of the guys, one of the folks, stole bro's song. Sure did. What else going on? There be a lot of people did a lot of work in Chicago, Atlanta, Detroit. They didn't get their props. Detroit, St. Louis, Phantom died. From what? From what? He wasn't number 50 years old. Oh, he's 49, heart related. What's wrong with his heart? Come on, man. See? How the hell Rasta man have heart failure? Okay. See what I'm saying? How Rasta man have heart failure at 49? That would have been me passing away 20 years ago. Bruh, are you serious? Because I'm going to be 69. It can happen to anybody, I guess. But you know, a lot of them Jamaican Rastas, you know, they bootleg. But it could have been anything. It could have been something he couldn't help. I ain't gonna jump conclusions, but that sounds crazy. Once they start wearing all them head wraps and screaming and hollering, I stopped listening to them. I don't listen to that. You know, that whole group was the fall of reggae. I stopped listening to them. You know, Capleton and Sizzler, they messed reggae up. You know, I stopped listening to them. Them Bobos, they messed the whole reggae up. Because they was trying to do like some bad boy dance hall, but be Rastas. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't really, that was bad boy music, kind of like. You know what I'm saying? They got away from the roots and culture. I hate to hear that though. That's sad. I ain't listening to them though. I ain't listening to that type of reggae. That's when I just kind of got out the culture altogether because it turned too Jamaican. It wasn't Rasta no more. You know, it wasn't African. It turned Jamaican. And you know, I got toxic masculinity. I don't like no men in no damn head wraps. You know what I'm saying? Once all them dudes start putting them head wraps on, I was like, come on, man. What we doing? They start feminizing the shit. Yeah. Once they start feminizing it, it was over with. They made this shit girly. I couldn't deal with it. Yeah, once they feminize it with all them head wraps, I ain't listen to it no more. I just ain't really can't. I can't deal with no man with no head wrap. Yeah, yeah, I ain't listen to them. I came up the only ones that had hair. This is with head wraps. So this is head wraps, traditional Rasta head wraps, head wraps. for the queens. Once you put the men in the head wraps, I had to go. Yeah, I couldn't do this one. Yeah, I can't do that. I couldn't do this one. That's when they sold the culture, as you can see. They sold Rasta, turned Rasta and some church boy and thing. Messed the whole thing up. It'll never be the same. They sold Rasta out. That's why so many people that ain't on shit like Rasta now. You look at all the younger brothers Rastas, they ain't on nothing. They don't be standing on nothing. They don't. They ain't no principles, ain't nothing. Ain't no back to Africa concept. Ain't no ITAL concept. It ain't nothing. They got like no nothing. If you look at the rosters now with the head wraps and stuff, they got no nothing. They turned it into like them Bible boys, like some Bible, like the religion boys. Yeah, nothing. They don't got nothing. Like no roster, traditional roster principles. I mean, none. Absolutely none. You look at Sizzler, he don't stand for nothing. He don't stand for nothing. He don't got no song worth nothing. Like he do not have no classical songs. He got songs for people that like the head rap music. But as far as like classical reggae, Sizzler don't got no classical reggae song. It's just for that group. That's it. He don't. That's that holler and scream and sing along rosters, right? Your roster wasn't no sing along. Roster ain't never go to no reggae show singing along. We never used to do that. That dude was that. Mm-mm. I remember last time I went to see Sizzler, I took my queen, we left. He was still hollering. Pala! He was hollering outside. He was still hollering. That man, he'll do 45 seconds of a song. Pala! He don't do no full song. It start over. I got pull out. Start it over. They got pull out. Then go to the next song. It's the worst thing ever, man. And all the dudes they be in there. And the thing is to chant along with them. So they all be saying, let's see, I guess I'll be it's like a sing along. It's like a sing along. They all look like girls. It ain't no revolutionary in there nowhere. It's not no militant in there nowhere. Everybody is like in the churchical boy. I swear to God. No revolutionary vibe at all. Like girly, like girly. They all look like girls. And it's like sing along. It's the worst shit ever. That's why you see Rasta ain't shit no more. Nobody care about no Rasta no more. It's the worst shit ever. It's horrible. It's worse. It's horrible. And their music sucks. It's the worst reggae music in history. Not no original tune. All the songs is cookie cutter. You can't tell one of them from the other unless you listen to them every day. I don't know. I don't pay them no attention, but I know unless you listen to them every day, it's all sound the same. No originality. Nothing. It used to be you could tell the difference between Burning Spear, Steel Pulse, Bob Marley, Black Uhuru, the Wailers. Used to could tell the Wailers, so used to could tell. Now it's like, and I get science, and get I sing it in the shock, so I sing, I get some, I like it, like it, like it, like it, like I like it, like it, like it, like it, like it, like I like it, like it, like it, what the fuck? What that shit sound like? Boy, I would never go see none of them. Boy, they suck. They suck. They horrible. I mean, they suck. They don't got nobody. They don't got a steel pulse. They don't got nobody. Especially the Marley boy that almost don't look black. Look like they almost mixed all the black out his ass with the real long dreadlocks. Was that Damien? It's like Bob Marley started dealing with that doggone model chick, breathe his damn, bro, your daddy was already, damn, Bob, bro, your daddy, boy, took all the blackness out of his family, except they're singing that fake. That's why they don't sing no black stuff. Boy, reggae, I never listened to no reggae. That's the worst. Man, that shit is horrible. Ain't no way. Then none of them would have made it in the 80s. And you can't make original tunes. You got the copycat tunes. You still rapping on da 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 da. It's like, seriously? You rapping on that? You ain't got no he then that. But you ain't got no original stuff like that. You ain't got no dun 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 rally around the flag. No original. You still rapping on some old Studio One shit that everybody sang on a billion times. You know, all them weird old rosters. Them rosters be weird as hell. Big ass head wrap on their head. Just time. They ain't got no more revolutionary. Sucked all the revolutionary out their body. Turned them into girls. Boy, if you had to go to war with them rosters, you'll get ran over. We used to call them peaclots. They finna have Selassie Day here. I ain't going to that shit. I wish I would go to that shit. They sent me a thing about Selassie. Boy, I'm not going to that bullshit. Boy, I'm not going to that. Ain't no way. I wish I would go up in there to that. It ain't no way in the world I'm going to that Selassie Day in Chicago. Boy, ain't no way in the world I'll go to that bootleg shit. I already know what it's gonna be. It ain't gonna be nothing traditional about it. It's gonna be that new weirdo stuff. I don't want to meet. I don't want to be around none of them new fake weirdo rosters. No, thank you. Ain't no way. I'm going up in there with them weirdos. Hell no. Basically, it ain't no Pan African or nothing. It's just basically a bunch of tethers, basically. Taking it, then ruined that. That ain't even black unity or nothing no more. I don't even know what they call it. Chronix. Chronix was like a girl. I didn't like Chronix either. Me and my queen at the time, she was mad at me because I was always criticized. She was always trying to get me to listen to Chronix soft ass. I didn't like him or the other one. What's the other light skinned one? Two. Them two. I went to see the other one. I went to see them up. My friend, she had some ganja cookies she entered up in Northern California, and that's why all them Europeans with them head wraps on, Rastas be there. Yeah, Protege, and they was up there. It was make you throw up. They had Soul Rastafari right down the drain. They saw Rastafari right down the drain. Protege, Chronics, them niggas destroyed Rasta. Turned Rasta into some little B words. A soft like baby doo doo. She used to be playing Chronics all the time. I was like, this shit sound horrible. She probably thought I was hating. You taught me how to create a YouTube channel. Well, why you ain't got one? Boy, if you don't get your stupid ass out of here. He said he taught me how to create a YouTube channel. You believe that? And ain't got one himself. You're a grown ass man trolling. You need to grow up and get you a life. Grown ass man trolling on the damn internet. No, you ain't coming outside nowhere in no damn city of Chicago. You gonna start copping, please. No, I don't listen to reggae. That shit horrible. That shit horrible. That's not reggae. That's trash. They're not going by no reggae principles. Reggae principles. Reggae had rules. You have to be original. Original. Midnight dead. Dude dead. You have to be original. That's the first thing when I learned to play reggae. The first principle of reggae. Original. All this reggae is cookie cutter. All of it. And because it's cookie cutter, and because it ain't got no hardcore principles, and because it don't have no hardcore lyrics, right? Then guess what? All of the people listening to it soft like baby boo boo. Because when you soft and when you listen to soft ass music, you be soft. So that's why the whole roster and reggae crowd is soft. No revolutionary vibe or nothing. Turned them into fluffy singers and shit. It's the worst shit ever. Horrible. Horrible. Couldn't get on stage with nobody. And these new reggae artists couldn't get on stage with nobody. They couldn't get on stage with Burning Spear. They couldn't get on stage with Oswald. They couldn't get on stage with Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Bunny Wailer. They couldn't get on stage with Big U. They couldn't get on stage with nobody. They would get blown off the stage. They can't get on stage with Pablo Moses. Never in their damn life. They can't get on stage with nobody. That music is horrible. That's why they don't got no superstars. They try to make Chronics one. There ain't no reggae superstars. Who? All them dudes is garbage. They don't have a Oswald, a Steel Pulse, a Burning Spear. The new group don't got none of that. They don't have a Bob Marley. They don't have a Bunny Wailer. They don't have a Peter Tosh. They don't have none of that. They don't have nothing. They don't have a Augustus Pablo, Pablo Moses. They don't got none of that. Not nobody they got. The Marley boys are horrible. Every one of them. The Marleys ain't even like 1/10 of their daddy. Seriously, Marleys too. Horrible. Ziggy Marley sound like a little girl up there. They ain't got no Sister Carol. They ain't got nobody. They don't even got the dance. They don't even got nobody can get with the Eek-A-Mouses in there. On my soul. It's horrible. They don't have an Israel Vibration. They don't got an Igerman Levi. Who they got can compete to Igerman Levi? Nobody. It's the most trashiest shit ever. It's horrible sounding. And no original. When I came up, each band had an original sound. And you know it, Lorenzo, and I know it. No reggae band have an original sound. None of them. They don't got no original sound. When I came in the game, you didn't even have to go. As soon as you hear them start playing, you know exactly who it is. You knew the difference between Israel Vibration and the Itals, clear as day. You knew the difference between the Itals and Culture, clear. You knew Jacob Miller. You knew the difference. Man, I ain't listening to no damn go reggae tongue. No, I ain't no Mexican. Bro, I'm black. I ain't listening to no man call himself no Bad Bunny. Let me delete this. I don't know. Bad Bunny, bro. You insulted me. No, they ain't got no reggae superstars. They don't go by the principles. When I came in to start playing reggae, you had to make original tune. That's what you got judged by. Had to be original. Sound, everything got to be original. You couldn't sound like the next man. The only way you could play cover songs is if you were a house band, you some beginners. But for you to be a professional, you had to create your own sound. Even them boys was up in Canada. They had their own sound. I forgot their name. They didn't sound like Oswald didn't sound like Steel Pulse. And they was both from England. Oswald didn't sound nothing like Steel Pulse. Nothing. Jah Thomas, original. I could go down the line. Every album I got, every reggae album I got here, and you cannot find two that sound nothing alike. And that was what we judged you by. When you listen to Chronics, he sound like somebody singing over an old-ass remade beat. Beanie Man and them, yeah, they destroyed it. But that wasn't reggae. They went to dance. Now, before then, reggae went down with Pinchers. Pinchers generation. Pinchers generation when it went down. Stevie and Cleary. That's when it went down. No more bass guitar. Once they got rid of the bass guitar and went with that keyboard, it was over. When Agony became a big song, it was over. See, want that agony, and nobody agony. I can tell you exactly what 100% I love. She want the 100%. Oh, 50-50 love. You know what? Somebody thought they loved. That when it went down. I'm a music expert. I can tell you exactly when it went down. Exactly. Because I was in there, we were selling the tunes. I was in there selling the shit. Y'all listen to Big Pharaoh. I'm a one of a kind to blow your mind. I was in there selling this shit. The records used to come in Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And by Thursday evening, everybody started piling in. Everybody started piling in. And all the DJs get their stacks of records, right? So that they could spend over the weekend. And the end of the reggae was Michigan and Smiley, the other brother, the young brother with the dreads, Yami Bolo, and what's my man name? Damn. Them the ones that was gone. Uh, damn. Greetings I bring from Jah to all ragamuffin. After him, it was over. Sugar Minor was still holding it down. What's the greetings? Greetings, dang man. Damn man, who was that, my man? Half Pint. Half Pint was the end of it. At the end of it was Half Pint, Sugar Minor. That was the end of it. Michigan and Smiley. What's in that? Eka Mouse. That was the one. That was the end of it. What's her name? Not Super Cat. Super Cat was way later. No, it started ending right there. It was over right there. Super Cat is way later with BT and all that. Uh, I'm talking about the last reggae artist. The last good reggae artist was Half Pint, Michigan and Smiley, um, Al Hudson, uh, 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 Mikey, Mikey Dre, but the other one, Michael Prophet, Michael Prophet, Michael Prophet. They was that was it. That was it. That was the last ones. Michael Prophet, Al Hudson, the ones the dudes in England was holding it down. Michael Prophet and them was holding it down. And that was the end of it. It was over. It was done. There they all go. There they all go. This the end. This the end of reggae right here. Yeah, this double sided. This double sided. That's one side, and I got two of these. And this the other side. I got two of these. Tenor Saw, when he got killed. Yep. I got two of these. This one ain't all the way filled in. The other one over there, both sides is filled. And I could tell you who ended it. Okay, these. Okay, these is I just named these. These are variety. Let me see. I can tell you. Where's the ones with the names? Okay, these is our variety. They gotta be the other one. Ijaman Levi. Hold on. Yeah, nitty gritty. Eat man, whoa, them I eat man. He's the one that made the song about they was cannibalism. They was cannibals up there in Jamaica. He made that song about them. They was up in the hills in Jamaica. They was eating people up there. They was eating people up there. Eat man, whoa, them I eat man. That's when they was eating. Yeah, they was doing cannibalism up there in them hills. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the ones that got their names. I can tell you everybody. Okay, I'm gonna go on the other side. After that, it was over with. This is the end of reggae in these cases. This is the end. This is the end of reggae right here. This is the end of it. After this, it was over with. And them albums, Culture, Englishman, Junior Delgado, Black Uhuru, Dennis Brown, Sugar Minott, Pablo Moses, this the end. Wayne Jarrett, Maxie Priest, Michael Prophet. This is the end. This is the end of reggae. This is it. It was over after this. It was gone. Black Uhuru. It was gone after this. Prince Farai, Al Campbell, Ani Kamosi, yep. Steel Pulse, Half Pint, Mikey Dread at the control, Bunny Wailer, Oswald, Sister Carol, Dennis Brown. It was over after this. It was over. It's been over. All that other stuff is garbage. I would never listen to that stuff. That stuff garbage. I want to listen to that. The Itals. Yeah, it's over with after that. Culture. Yeah, and these albums up here, these reggae albums, after that, man, it's all reggae. Been dead. Israel Vibration I got right there. These is classics. I need to go and really dub these again. So there's 2 copies of every one, or dump them on something. Burning Spear. This is reggae at the height. If I played some of these tapes, some of these ones like this that say Rebel Selection, man, there's so much different reggae on these tapes. Every big song is on here. And I got 2 cases of this. Double-sided. 2 cases. They all used to come in the record store. Man, they not cold like that. They suck. They would have get blown off stage. Come on, man. Nobody would have went to see them. Man, nobody would have went to see none of them dudes. None of these new dudes. they would have get blowed off the stage. Chronics would have got blowed off the stage. Israel Vibration would have blew him off the stage on everything. Highly Moscow, I booked that show in Hawaii. They couldn't get on stage with them. They'd get blown off the stage. They couldn't get on. Come on, man. These new guys, they would get blowed right off the stage. You know, with that copycat sound. Back then, Bob Marley was the standard. And if you didn't take your Sizzler would have get blown off stage. We would have booed dude. We would have booed Sizzler. John's greatest blessing is a child. So teach the children, teach them the right way to move in out of Babylon. Yeah, they would get blown out. Man, they couldn't get on the stage with Peter. Peter blew them off the stage. Who, the Rastafarians? Shout out to my Bridget Highly Moscow. This album came out. What year this album came out? I don't know. This album came out. What year this album come out? I don't know. I tell you this, my albums ain't got no sound on them. I tell you that. My albums is like brand new. I'm a real DJ. You don't touch the record. I don't know. Shout out to my brother and Holly Moscow though. They came to Hawaii and tore the house down. I don't see the date. I know it's on it somewhere. I know he sleep while he's in on. I don't know when this came out. I can't listen to that. Man, I can't listen to that stuff, man. I'm gonna listen to that stuff, man. They don't got no albums this good like that. They don't got no music like that. Like Peter Tosh now was serious, man. Like I remember when I used to be dealing with reggae. Man, if you played with reggae like that, man, if you played like they do now, Bunny Wailer. I seen Bunny Wailer. He performed for 3 hours. He had 3 bands had to back Bunny up in California. 3 hours. 3-hour show. Bunny Wailer for 3 hours. These is classics right here. Them boys don't make no music like that, man. I can't listen to that shit. Their music is horrible. But I play reggae though. I could blow them off stage. I'll blow Chronics. I'll put a band together and blow Chronics off stage. He whack. He too soft. He too sissified to me. He like a girl. I don't like it. He like a girl. And his music First off, they rapped over other people's beats like this. This is one of the greatest reggae albums ever made. Jaja Yaba Yet is a secret. I just can't feel it. Jaja Never Yet is a secret. This is one of the coldest albums. Ooh. Folk songs. Only folk songs. Each song is a quarter of an album. Jermaine Levi, man, this is one of the greatest. Hey, man. This is every load that I carry. Personality. Come on, man, they cannot. Man, listen. Come on, man. Who is good as Jermaine? Man, man, don't even get me started. This is like the most righteous album ever made as far as that holy feeling. This is like the holiest album you could buy. I ain't kidding. I'm not kidding. Jermaine Levi. I'm a Levi. Oh man, this is a cold ass album right here. This is one of the best reggae albums ever made. Bob Marley would tell you that. Man, he got the sweetest voice in reggae. Jermaine Levi got the sweetest voice in reggae. Point blank period. Real reggae. How can you listen to that other stuff? These brothers were serious, man. These brothers were serious. I'll tell you somebody else too. Gotta blow all them off stage. Pablo Moses. Pablo Moses blow them off stage. On my soul. They wouldn't get on stage with Pablo playing. They get blown off stage. On my soul. And you know they can't mess with Gregory. They can't mess with Gregory Isaacs, man. Well, it's a black liberation struggle. Don't give up that fight. Come on, man. They ain't got no songs like this. Come on, man. Come on, man. Every time I hear the music in that, man, come on. Slave driver. Hey, man, listen. Hell no. They don't got no classic songs like that I know of, unless I'm tripping. Come on, man. They not messing with Lynn Kwesi Johnson from England either. It's the beat of the heart. Man, come on, man. Come on, man. This is cold right here. Lynn Kwesi Johnson, man, they don't got no music like that. Wait a minute, I got these in the wrong. Where the other Lynn Kwesi Johnson at? It's in the wrong place, man. All this stuff gets mixed up, because there's another one. Where's that? Hold on. Oh, here you go. Boy, they not messing with this. Boy, they not messing with this. They not messing with. Man, listen. I don't even know why you got me started. Man, that new reggae is trash. They can't mess with none of my tapes or none of my albums. Boy, they wish they did. Man, they don't. Their music sucks.
The Sizzler is trash. All that all in the screen. That one album with it about his mother and stuff, that one's pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. And then Sizzler with the mama and stuff, black mother and child, that was good. I ain't gonna lie. That was good. I ain't gonna lie on Sizzler. But he never could do it no more. But the black mother and child, that was good. I ain't gonna lie on bro. I ain't gonna lie on bro. I ain't gonna lie on bro. But when you start talking about stuff like this, nah, man. Nah, park the car. When you start talking about stuff like this, look, these got so much play, they done fell apart. I think my sister, my brother-in-law, when you talking about stuff like this, they don't got nothing. If this is a 10, all the new stuff is a 0.3. They ain't got no. We're gonna chase them crazy ballheads out of town. Chase them crazy, but they don't got nothing like that. Who the cap fit? Let them wear it. Doom doom, he done back there, Pandewa. They don't got no, even the way it started. Doom doom, doom 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 doom. Come on, man. They don't play music like this no more. They cannot play. They're not good musicians. You had to be a good musician. You couldn't just get up there like Chronic. You had to be, man, you had to be good. This was the standard. And if you wasn't trying to keep up with Bob and the Wailers, your ass was trash. For all of us, our standard was Bob. That's what we used to talk about when we used to go rehearse. We used to talk about Bob don't play. You don't play in the studio. Don't play. None. Don't play in the studio. You know, do not play in the studio. Babylon by Bus. Come on, man. And then they just watered it down and ruined it. Ain't no accolade said shit. Even Ziggy and them. Ziggy Daddy will be mad. Then they should have stayed. Steven should have been the head guy, not Ziggy. Ziggy never had it. His brother was the one that should have been the star, not Ziggy. Not Ziggy. I was there. I was there. I was there. I was there. They shouldn't have been Ziggy. I was there. What a fight, them a fight against I and I, but they're not gonna catch I. It was all right. Then they tried to bring out Peter Tosh's son. He had the nails done where he was, you know, playing with his nose. Andrew. I met all of them. They ruined the whole shit. Yeah, they messed it. Yeah. It was all downhill. Yeah, it was. Hell no, I can't stand Damian Marley. Damian Marley and Nas. And that's when Nas was starting to suck. Nas been sucking since Ether. Nas was trash before Ether. Jay-Z had to light a fire under Nas' ass. Nas is trash. Nas only came back because of Jay-Z. Think about it. Nas made his best album after Jay-Z dissed him. After that, Nas went his ass back to sleep. No, this is reggae. The Marley Boys, all them suck. Ain't nobody never gonna sing no Marley Boy song back. That boy trash. Because the real one that should have took over after Bob was Junior Brathwaite. Junior Brathwaite, he was the youngest Wailers, but his mama moved up here to Chicago. When Bob passed away, they should have put Junior Brathwaite as the lead. If they would have went and brought Junior up, they would have blew up. Because he was the most talented after Bob. He was more talented than Bunny or Peter. Junior Brathwaite, look it up. That's who they should have bought. Yeah, they turned into weirdos. They all started powdering their nose, too. They blew the whole thing. They messed the whole thing up. You know what I'm saying? I know I was there. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the number one, as far as Black Americans, Lester Fry is there. I give it to Lester Fry, but no, I'm the man when it comes to Foundation of Black Americans and reggae. Yeah, I'm the goddamn man. That's for real. Ain't no doubt about that. And I don't brag, I only tell the facts. I know what I'm talking about. For sure. There go Family Man right there. I was there front and center. That's a fact. This Big Pharaoh. This one I was Little Pharaoh. Little Pharaoh was on the scene. That's a fact. I seen it up front. I was at the rehearsals. I remember how the rehearsals had to be. The rehearsals was intense. Boy, you never would have been able. You never would have been able to get on stage with Ross Michaels and never. Mm-mm. Never. I mean, some of them had some problems. Some of the good ones had some problems. I ain't gonna hate on them. Rest in peace to Joseph Hill. Culture was hot. Some of them had some problems. Some of them had some problems. Junior Reed, the problem with him is he came in behind Half Pint. Half Pint was the man. And then Junior Reed was kind of like a bootleg Half Pint. Half Pint was the man for that group. He had the biggest song with Greetings. Greetings I bring from Jah
Wow, ragamuffin. So he was like the headliner. And then you had Junior Reed. But they was never really that was never really their position. They took somebody else's position. Get in the chat. Ross Michaels was never church. Ross Michaels was Nyabinghi. So Ross Michaels was always Nyabinghi drums. He was always the drums. Always. But he had the big hit record though. Ross Michaels had the big hit record. That's how he blew up. Let me see. What was his record? That's how he blew up. Ross Michaels had the big hit record. Okay? That's how he came in the game. He didn't come into the game. Ross Michaels didn't blow up. Ross Michaels didn't blow up with Ross Michaels didn't blow up with the Nyabinghi drums. Ross Michaels blew up with doom, 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 doom. No, no, ja, children don't cry. Doom, do, 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 do. No, no, ja, children don't cry. That's how he blew up to. No, no, ja, children don't cry. Boom. That's how Ross Michaels got in the game. No, no, ja, children. One of the baddest records, reggae records ever made. Come on. That's how he broke. He didn't break in with all the drums. He broke in with this album. The album broke Ross Michaels. None of Ja Children. Yeah, that was a big tune. Garnett Silk was cool, but he got blowed up. He got hurt too quick. He didn't really get to pop off. He was supposed to be the next one. Garnett Silk was the next one, and when they unalived him, that just destroyed everything. But that's how Ross Michaels had that None of Ja Children. That's the young Ross Michaels. That's the young baby Ross Michaels. That's how he blew up, because that was a big record, and the album cover was fire with His Majesty on there like that. That's how he blew up. He blew up off that one record. Yeah, Ross Michaels, that's the man. That's how he blew up, though. He didn't blow up with all the drums. He blew up with none of Ja Children Don't Cry. He had some other good records too, but back then, that's how you get in the door with the hit. If you got a hit, you win there. Back then, you got a hit, you win there. And that was one of the biggest hits. That was one of the biggest reggae hits. That's one of the biggest reggae hits right there. Real talk. Garnett Silk was all right, but he passed away too quick. We couldn't really. Garnett Silk was all right, he passed away too quick. So he didn't really get to make the noise because he was Garnett Silk came at the decline. Reggae was dropping, Garnett Silk turned it around like, oh, it's going up. And then boom, they unalived dude. That was it. That was the only chance for it to come back. He was the only chance. Garnett Silk was the only chance for it to come back.
When it had faded out, it faded out with Oswald. Oswald was the last big old group really doing it big, and it was over with. Because you had Black Hero Steel Pulse, and then Oswald, and then they messed it up because the New Jamaicans, they suck. They didn't take the music. They wasn't good music. They didn't take the music serious. You know, one thing about the reggae is you had to take the music serious. You had to take it. We did not play with the music. I'm talking about the instrumental part. They just thought you could just get up there and just sing over any old beat. No. And you couldn't. All them new dudes, they broke all the rules because you could not just get up there off another man beat. You couldn't get out there. If you got on the song on another man beat, you couldn't be a band, but you could be a singer. But you have to make us forget the original song. That was the key to the whole art. Even when they would have the DJ and they would have toasters line up, and when the first man get up there and toast on that track, if you could not make us forget what the song he just did, you was whack. You had to get up there and toast a totally different song so that we forget what the last toaster said. That's what was so amazing. Because you could have 8 toasters in a row on the same beat, and every one do a total different song. And you be them forgot what the last brother, that's how good they used to be. They used to be so good that whatever you toasted on a song, when the next toaster get up there, he do something so different that after he do a couple verses, you forgot what the other dude was saying. That's how cold the game was. Yeah, it was. I wish the young people could have seen that. You had to come behind the other dude and make up a whole nother song, harmony, hook, everything on the same beat. And you had to be so good, we forget what the last dude was saying. And they used to do that like 10 dudes in a row. I kid you not. 10 dudes in a row, and every one do an original tune on the same beat. It was phenomenal. Don't sound nothing like the last one. And see, they lost that, all that. They lost it. Shout out to Rake and Screw up there in New York. And they would have all the records lined up. They don't line the records up by artists. They line the records up by the rhythm. Every rhythm got a name. And the records be lined up by the rhythm. All these records is that rhythm. All these records is that rhythm. What can FBA do to enhance their social activities? What you mean social activity? Because FBA is not a group. So when you say FBA enhance their social activity, I don't understand what you're saying. Because FBA, if you're a kindergartner, you FBA, you don't got no social activity. FBA is a lineage, bro. It's not a group. FBA is a lineage. FBA is not a group.
It can't, it can't survive because don't nobody know how to play no instruments. They don't play no instruments. Young black people can't play no instruments no more. It's real simple. You can't play no instruments. None of y'all play an instrument. Y'all don't play no bass, no drum, no flute, no trumpet, nothing like that. The music is gone because these black people can't play instruments no more. You don't play instruments no more. You don't see kids coming on with tubas and trombones and trumpets and clarinets and flutes and shit no more. They ain't got no band. Unless you go to like a college, you in a marching band or something, you might go to a high school, might got a school band for the sports, for the football team, but y'all can't play no instruments. That's the only reason. You can't play. You don't have no music talent. You're the worst music group in Black American history. The only people you got that do music is rappers. You don't have no singers. You'll have singers, but singers ain't no good without trumpet players, flute players, bass players, trombone players, piano players, drummers. How you gonna make music? How you know anything about music? How do you know anything about notes? How do you know about singing in key when it ain't no key? It's not difficult. Y'all can't play no instruments. You got no music skills. If they want a good music, they got to put band back in the schools. If they put band back in the schools, the music will go up through the roof. I don't know what you're saying that in reference to. I'm not sure what you're saying that in reference to. I don't have no problems with black people going and enjoying themselves and stuff like that. I don't have any problem. But what do you got to celebrate for? It's not the celebration. It's the fact you don't really be celebrating. You don't be celebrating. That's what's wrong with this statement. Black people don't be celebrating. You just be out partying. Celebration is uh, 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 after achievements is a celebration. Partying is not a celebration. A celebration is like you just graduated from college and you. So we don't be celebrating because we don't be having nothing to celebrate. We just be out drinking and using substances and getting drunk and just out eating bad food. We don't really be celebrating, you know. No, they don't. Not really. Black folks don't know how to mix no music and stuff like that. Only a few. Only a few people know how to make beats and shit. These motherfuckers don't know how to make no beats or nothing like that. Got no beat equipment or nothing like that. Sure don't. That's generalizing. That's taking a few to do and saying black people. Black people ain't doing no music. None. What we got with producers? One out of 5,000. 1 out of 5,000. We ain't got no. Man, these boys ain't making no beats. They on the game. Young black men on the game. They ain't making no beats. They on the game. They ain't making no beats like that. They on the game.
If you pick any music instrument, any beat maker, anything, any electronic device, the winner gonna be the game. The only buttons the young black men is pushing is the Xbox or PlayStation button. That's it. No, not a lot. Not a lot. Some. Some. Not a lot. Think about it. If you're on FL Studio, think about all the black people you know when you go next time you go to an event and look at it realistically. And you're going to be one of the few there. Think about it. Think about it like realistically, not imaginary. When you go to a thing full of black people, it might be you and one of your homeboys. That's it. Think about it. Like, just think about it in a realistic term, not like in an imaginary term. When you go to a function with all your family or something, ain't nobody doing that but you, maybe one other person. And that's a fact. Think about it. Just really sit back and think about it. Next time you get around a lot of black people, count how many of them on FL Studio. You. Hey, brother, Papa Dot. I think about it. You think about because you on there or you talk to a couple people on the internet on there, but when you really outside, they ain't black young kids ain't doing that. They on Grand Theft Auto or something like that. They ain't on no music making platforms. That's a fact. As a parent, I got sons. I got sons. I got 3 sons. Only one of them do that. The other 2, hell no. One of them, my stepson, hell no. My youngest son and my stepson, this what they on for hours. That's it. That's all they be doing. They not making no beat. I'll really be outside. None of the girls is doing it. Nobody. I got 6 children, and one of them make beats. And the other one rap, but I got to do everything for him. And he was fired too. He was fired. Me and him fell out over there. He left. That boy left hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, on the table. On my soul. Super talented. Was real good early. Anybody know music? It take you a while to get good. Just a few songs. He was real good. If he would have just kept it going, he would have blew through the roof. He didn't do it. As a young black people, you ain't got no business senses. You workers. You say you workers. You don't have a business mind. See, a businessman is a unified man. And the young black people, y'all don't got a unified mind. Y'all can't get together and do shit but play. The ones that do, they blow up, but the rest of y'all, you don't have that. You don't have that unified mindset. You can't make it in music without a unified mindset. You gotta have a strong, unified mindset. The ones that do that, they make it. The ones that don't, they don't. It's gonna take a long, you know what I'm saying? To get a reward, you gotta work. And to think you could just bullshit around and blow up in music, it don't work like that. You reap what you sow. If you don't put in $1 million worth of work, you is not getting no $1 million. You're not getting no $1 million with no $300 worth of work. And what's wrong with black people? You think $300 worth of work is $1 million worth of work. That's the biggest thing wrong with the black community. You think your work is more than what it is. Have Trump administration took over the Strait of Hormuz now? I haven't been paying attention to it. I totally stopped paying attention to it because I didn't feel like it was good news. They blowing stuff up, then they stop, and they blowing stuff up, and they shut their moves, they open it. I felt like it wasn't good news. I feel like it's just all over the place. It's not really a war. They blow stuff up, they stop, they open it straight, they close it straight. And it was, to me, I feel like it was a waste of reporting it. That my audience ain't gonna get nothing out of it. Just let them wait till they make some serious something and then I'll report it. But the way it's functioning right now, I didn't feel like it was good to be reporting it. It's too sporadic, it's too all over the place. To me, it's not news. You know? That's one reason I started the news program, because a lot of this stuff just don't be news. It'd be a bunch of malarkey. And they just be reporting stuff that's not even really, nothing they doing over there is worth reporting. You either fighting or you're not. If you fight, you stop. You stop, you negotiate. You fight, you stop. You negotiate, you stop. It seems weird. It don't seem like it's a lie. It's something else going on. Nothing's getting worked out, then it did, and it stopped, and it go, then it stopped. So I can't really trust the sources. And it's hard to report a news story when the sources is lying. And now I got to pass that lie to my audience because I don't believe they telling us nothing. So, like, I don't want to report something that to me don't sound. Y'all, that situation don't seem weird to y'all? That situation over there with Iraq, that don't seem strange? What y'all think? Say something in the chat. Like, man, that situation seems some ain't right. Is it a war or what is it? Think about it. That's why Wes said, as I said, what's going on? Hey, Wes, that's why you asking what's going on, because it ain't making no kind of sense. I mean, none at all. And they still blowing up stuff and then having peace and then blowing up stuff. I swear to God, bro, I have no idea what they doing. I swear to God. Bruh, I swear to God, that's why I ain't report. That's why I ain't reporting on it, cause something ain't right. That's exactly why I'm not something ain't right. Something's not right. Like it's something that's just not right about that whole situation. There's no way. There's no way. They just you're blowing up a bunch of stuff, then nothing. Then blowing up a bunch of stuff, then nothing. And just blowing up a bunch of stuff, then nothing. Exactly. Exact. Brother Papa Dot. It I don't know. But I know I'm not gonna be imagine if I would be reporting all that foolishness. Taking time on my day, tell y'all. So they bomb. Then 2 days later, I don't know. Then they come up there, they bomb in. Bro, I'm not finna report. I'm not finna. How am I supposed to report that? I don't even know what they doing. I'm like, man, I'm not finna report this. I'm not finna report this strain. You know, is y'all at war or not? No, it's like we kind of at war, we kind of not. We back at war, kind of. We not. I'm like, how am I supposed to report something that don't make no sense? Iran started talking about Nipsey Hussle. Seriously? See, Iran started talking about Nipsey Hussle. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Hell, hell no, hold on. Are you kidding me? Boy. Oh, yeah. Former Iran president publicly expressed his sadness over well, that's say 2019. That's say 2019. Let me see. Let me go up to this week. Iran unveiled Nipsey Hussle mural, declares him a martyr. Iran declared Nipsey Hussle a martyr. See what I'm saying? Okay. 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 See what I'm saying? Some ain't right. Brother Papa Dot. Some ain't right. Some ain't right, bro. Something is not right with that whole situation. Something. That's why I ain't reporting it, man. I'm not. Listen, I'm very serious about my audience, and if I tell you I'm gonna bring you the news, I'm gonna bring you the news. And I'm not gonna just say anything happening because you can see that somewhere else. I try to bring you some really good parts of the news, and the news is right now. I think as strangers as I ever seen it. I think the news is hiding something and all of that. I really do. I don't believe we getting the real news. I really don't.
all them earthquakes, all them the heat wave in Europe, and then the silence on everything. Like they almost shut the news down to not tell us things. What's going on in Venezuela with the earthquake? So what I'm doing is wait a while, find out what's happening, let it build up and report it. I'm not covering that stuff day by day like that. Because that's what they be doing to us on their news, and they be confusing us. Because they just desperate to come on with the news. So they be coming on with the news every day when they don't even got no new news every day. They don't even got no new news. And it's almost like they're just trying to make some news just for the sake of the news. To me, they're just trying to make a damn news story when they don't even got one. They ain't got no news about what's going on in Iran. They don't. They playing. I'm not finna repeat no fake news. No like news just for views. That's what it almost look like. Because it's like when something pop off, let us know. Man, America and Iran is on some funny business. I think America is working with somebody in Iran, but I don't think they able to call it a win or something weird. There's something strange going on where if I report it, I do not believe anything I report would be accurate. They definitely using AI for news clips, and they definitely not telling us nothing. They intentionally not telling what's really going on. Because it don't make no sense the way they're reporting it at all. Not for something that's supposed to be that serious. And how much money is this cost? And how much is it costing the military out there? How they feeding the troops? How are the troops living? All that. It looked like they just shut all that down. No, they didn't talk about the earthquake in Lake Michigan at all. They didn't give us no update on what's happening in France with the heat. They ain't giving us no real good updates on what's going on with the earthquake in Venezuela. They playing with the news. And I'm not going to sit there and keep watching them and try to figure out what the truth and what the lie. I'm going to wait until it's a real breaking story, then I'm going to cover it. But for sure, that Iran war is some bullshit. I'm not covering that shit. I just watched them. I was going to cover it, and then it was like, oh, they went there. Then the next day, they like, they peace talk again. I'm like, listen, man, ain't no way y'all went in there and blew up something yesterday, peace talk today, blow up something 3 or 4 days later, peace talks again. All right, y'all playing. It ain't making no sense. How much millions and millions of dollars is they spending over there? And what's going on over here? And what's going to be going on with the gas prices and all that? Like, what's really going on? Is y'all trying to hike up the gas prices, or what's the overall outcome? Because it almost looked like they stalling till the summer's over. And then hit us with all kind of weird prices and news or something. I don't know. But to me,
Israel, Iran, and the U.S. is working together right now. To me, I don't believe I can get it. Something ain't right. Exactly, exactly. Something is not right. We're not getting the real news. There ain't no way. Ain't no way. It's too wishy washy. It's too wishy washy. I stopped looking at it. I'm like, I'm not going. And you know, our instincts is always right. No, there ain't no match for no damn United States. Iran ain't never been no match for the United States. It's something else going on. That shit ain't no real war. Ain't no way. America could have flattened that place by now. It's something else going on. They already done unalived their leader. They already got the American puppet dude is in there. The one in there now is on America's side. They got rid of the enemy. Who's the new enemy? It's like some fake war shit. The defense companies could be making bank, but they ain't even using no weapons like that. They're not blowing nothing up like that and shooting like that. Pay attention. They not using no ammunition or nothing. They'll say, "Oh, it's one shooting here, bombing." They're not like bombing like that. No, not from reports I'm seeing. It's like they'll shoot a little bit over here, then they'll wait, then they'll shoot a little bit. So they're not even using no weapons. So the Defense Department ain't even making nothing or doing nothing. It's something else going on. It's something else more nefarious. Exactly. It's something else. It's something else going on. It's some kind of scam. I believe it could be something to drive prices up to rob Americans and Iranians. The Ayatollah's son is still alive, but the radical regime, they ain't what they got. They don't even got nothing. Just listen to what they say. They said went in there. They said early. They said they decimated They said they decimated their navy. They decimated their air force. So what they got? Because they said early when America went in there, they sunk all their ships and they destroyed their air force and they blew up the caves that got all the weapons. All right. Now they turn around and say they got some drones. But how you blow up the caves with all the weapons and now you letting them get drones when you got air superiority? Bringing drones in from where? So you telling me if I blew up all y'all stuff and I'm sitting there monitoring, I got radars and ships and shit everywhere, you could bring some drones in here? How? How you how you how you can bring some drones in here? Then they bringing the drones in, but the drones ain't doing shit. It's small, weird reports of small attacks here and there. It don't look like real attacks. None of those attacks that I've been seeing don't seem, I don't know. Something ain't right because this show ain't motivating me to watch it. It seems like some bull to me. Cause what kind of war is this? How much stuff y'all? What y'all playing? Pity pat, tapping them and tapping them. What war go like this? Long periods of nothing happen. They still talking about negotiating. Negotiating what? If you didn't dog them out, you don't gotta negotiate with them. Stock market manipulation, probably. But it definitely looked like some nonsense. Man, something ain't right. Because if I'm covering it, something ain't right where they doing it in a way what ain't even worth covering it. Like the way they doing it, who would cover it? Even the major news is not really covering it like it was. It's not really coming across my news line nothing about Iran like that. There's no way you're having a war and then you have a heat wave in Europe and a volcano and the war just disappear out the news. Hell no. The war would have still been in the news too. The war just disappeared in the news. Like they said, let's stop fighting until this other stuff is done or some, I don't know. But it ain't no real war. I know that much. That is not no real war. That's not no real war. It ain't no way. They got them hyping it up, and that ain't even doing no good. Facts. They got them hyping it up, and I'm on Instagram, and ain't nobody talking about that shit. The TikTokers ain't even working, and nobody's even paying the war no attention. Y'all ain't noticed that? The war is not mentioned, hardly none. You got to go to the same people to hear them. But with a war, you don't have to go to the same people. It's going to spread everywhere. Well, that's one thing. Is you got to go to the. When I go up my timeline, they got a couple people talk about it, and them the only ones keep talking about it. CNN talking about what Trump doing with the election and shit like that. They don't even cover it. They ain't even saying nothing. Because it's definitely not in my timeline like that. They got a couple like Jewish pages that's showing it, but that's how they make their money. So the ones that's content is always like that, they talk about it, which is suspicious. Because why y'all the only ones talking about it? The ones who only content is always like that. If it was serious, other people would be talking about it. Why none of the other nobody else is talking about it? It's the same like some Israel channel because I be going on my phone looking at it. When it pop up on my phone and all of the different networks that was talking about it is not. And it's only some that's almost like that's all they talk about. Yeah, brother Papa Dot. Yeah. Because I got my phone and it's supposed to pop up on my phone. And certain news medias ain't talking about it. None. And the ones that talk about it, the ones that talk about war all the time. So they suspect, because that's what y'all do all the time. Where's everybody else? CBS ain't talking about it. ABC, NBC, they ain't saying nothing. The whole time they were talking about the soccer, what did they say about the war? Nothing. All they talked about was the soccer. Soccer, soccer, soccer every day. Now, what kind of war stopped because you playing soccer? Something ain't right. Anyway, let me end this live. I gotta take a break. I might do another live. I don't know if I'm gonna leave this up or not. I gotta go and see what I'm gonna take out and everything. But man, something ain't right. That war thing, that ain't real. That ain't real. Deuces.